Morning, afternoon. Morning, afternoon. How's everybody doing? What's going on with everybody? Hope everybody had a good first of the week. Is this the first week? Yeah, this first week. This is the first week. The first week of 2023. We lost some, won some. That's where we're at. Let me see. Let's just give me the full article. I don't it's a podcast. Mm, I'll wait on that one. We'll come back to that. Morning, Clea. How you doing, John? Good to see you over here. Steven, what's going on? What should I call you, Stefan? Should I call you Stefan? I should have called you. Tracy, what's going on? Good morning. How you doing, Tracy? Black Dove 21. Good morning. God is love. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy birthday. Happy Kwanzaa. Uh, oh, you got 15 inches of snow? You be all right. That's why I don't like apartments. Afri, what's going on? It was brutal. Wasn't that bad. You must have came when it was snowing. When I got back, I was doing 70, 75 coming back. Plowing through. Pow, pow. Everybody get out my way. I'm coming through. Pow, pow. I've been keeping up with the Deion Sanders story. And I had no idea this was his first time ever walking through snow. He had never seen snow or walked in snow. It was his first time. Never knew it in his life. And he was saying all the football games he ever played, he never played in the snow. It's like he go outside, check the temperature. Up, it's cold. Let me go back in. I know somebody else like that. I ain't gonna say no names, but they be on this show with me on the panel. You can kind of guess who that is. What's going on, Don? How you doing? Yep, they've been slipping and sliding everywhere. I was watching a video last night. People like in Seattle, because Seattle got the steep hills. You can start at one hill and just go all the way down. And there was a guy walking. He had two lattes trying to walk up a hill with his two lattes, and I'm like, no. Dinosaur, Colorado. We drove from Florida to Colorado. It was cool to see the windmills. That was cool. That was cool. All right. So, what we gonna talk about today? A lot. Am I gonna probably get under your skin? Probably. Are you gonna like me after this? Probably not, but it's okay. Um, I'm just reporting the facts of what I see, and what I've heard, what I've read, and so forth. And then We're probably gonna get into a lot of things today. Uh, but before we do, I want you all to do me a favor. I know the number, but you don't know the number. I want you to go look up something for me for your own edification. Go look this up for me for yourself. Go look up who is the founder of Charles Schwab and how much is he worth? What is his net worth? Go look up the founder of JP Chase Morgan and what is his net worth. These are going to have some context later on. These will have context later on. I'm gonna do my I'm gonna do my what's his name? Umar Johnson this morning. Somebody had brought it up that everything he does it in threes. He just repeats stuff in threes. That's annoying. Petty tea time. What's going on, Natasha? What's going on? Um, Let me see if I can find this other article. Yeah, that's one, but there is another article that I wanted to talk about. And then we're going to get into some financial stuff and some new tech items and things to be aware of and so forth. All right. Drop in the chat how much is the founder of JP Chase Morgan worth. Drop in the chat his net worth. And who's the founder? 12 billion? Yep. 12 billion. Yep. Oh, thank you. We missed you too. What's going on, Tracy J? It's a Tracy J, and then there's a Tracy Jackson. I think I saw was it Johnson? Are y'all the same people? Maybe not. Jackson. Tracy Jackson on Facebook. I see you, Tracy. All right. So this week's articles and me talking to a financial planner. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get into this is my second financial planner that I spoke with. Oh, okay, you switched over. Okay, cool. We're gonna talk about a couple of things. We're gonna get into a lot of things. We're gonna get into a lot of controversial things. Not the fact that I don't think they're actual controversial. I just think that we just have to be prepared for what's happening. What can you do to not necessarily combat that? What lifestyle should you be leading? How should you be setting yourself up, right? Yep. All right. So the latest article, and there's a couple of them. I want to get this other one over here first, but it's not, for whatever reason, it's not going. Let me see if I can shrink it down because it's not coming over to my other tab. You don't want to come. There you go. All right. It was bothering me. Oh, it is up there. Okay, cool. Let's get into it, D. All right. Hope everybody's all right. Good morning, Kevin. All right. So latest articles. Blow it up. Came out January the 3rd. Today is January the 7th. Congratulations. Congratulations, DJ Cadillac. Interviewing for a CRT job next week at 120K. I got some salaries for y'all too. We got some salaries. We're gonna get into that after this. We're gonna get into it, right? It's a great segue. Thank you for posting and congratulations. All right, 45% of women are expected to be single and childless by 2030. And this is just a recent projection. It's a 3-minute read. But 45% of women are expected to be single and childless. The other article that I have right here is the mind blowing stats of male inequality. It's actually a podcast, and I would have to read through this. And I didn't want to read through this. I didn't want to listen to it, so we're gonna read through some of it. So here's what the stats are saying. The stats also state that men between the ages of 20 to 25 are virgins. So um, the year of the next coming years, decades, you're gonna see more AI. You're gonna see more automation, um, and you're going to see more companies doing less with more. You're going to see new careers probably take off, new jobs more than likely would take off. Um, you are also going to see, um, we've been seeing this. I've been talking about this for quite some time. This article is not, this should not shock anybody. This goes back to what I stated last year. The arguments on YouTube, and you meet some of these men in public. I know I have. You meet some of these women in public, right? The issue I have is, if you're not going to do it, if you're not going to be married, and if you're not going to have children, and you don't like each other, what are you gonna do to put away money? What skill sets are you gonna have? What provisions are you gonna have in place for retirement, for long-term care, for whatever the case may be? What are you gonna do? Right? I've been saying this for a while. I'm single and childless. D single and childless. So you got to put things in perspective. How are you going to put away um money? And this for men and women. This ain't just about women. I'm just giving you stats here, and what the articles are saying. How much money do you need for retirement? Where are you going to get what type of skills are you going to get that's going to last you, 10, 20, 30 years, right? How are you preparing yourself? If you're gonna go out here and you're gonna make money, how are you setting yourself up for not even just long-term care, but medical care? How are you setting yourself up for everyday life? Like, you own a house, cutting grass. Uh, you're living in a condo. You got an HOA. Something breaks in the house, and it's not about something breaking in the house and, oh, you got to have a man, but you got to pay somebody to come do something, whether it's a man or a woman. You got to have some type of uh, insurance or something for have someone come in. If you got a pool, somebody got to fix the pool if it does something, or you learn how to do it yourself, right? Um, we're gonna we're gonna touch on a lot of hot buttons today for a reason, and then we're gonna also touch on, like, some I prefer to provide solutions. Right? We see the hot buttons. Let's provide. Let me say it. Let me reword it. Let's provide potential solutions. Right? Potential solutions. Right? Things that you can implement now, and we know those can work. Um, Let me go back up. I saw what you had posted, Alonzo. I wanted to read it out loud. You said you got offered a position at New York Life, but I don't know if I want to take it because I don't like getting the principal's license. Is that the Series 65 that you're referring to, or this Series 65 or 7 or 92? I'm assuming that's what you be referring to, right? So we see the problems, right? And I'm gonna read this. We're gonna go into this article. I haven't read it. I just looked it up before we started the show because it was on my mind, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to talk about that because I want to talk about this other one, but I also want to talk about, creating I keep enforcing, the investing in the I bonds, investing in CDs, mutual funds, getting your life insurance, whether it's term or permanent, uh, getting jobs that have with companies that are on the aristocrats, that are on the kings list, finding that niche, staying with those companies that because I get hit up all the time. Everybody's worried about the layoffs. So we're gonna work backwards now that I said the layoffs, right? The layoffs, right? Let's go ahead and get into that, and we're gonna run back to these articles, right? All right, so let's go deal with the layoffs while they're on my mind. While they're on my mind. Let me pull this over right here. Burned by layoffs, tech workers are rethinking risk. Tech workers are rethinking risk, right? So what are you going to do? What fields are you going to go into? What fields that are going to be here for the next 10 to 20 to 30 years? Having a mortuary is going to be here for the next 10, 20, 30 years, forever. Healthcare is still going to exist. We know data centers are still going to be here. They're never going anywhere. We're going to always need data centers. We're going to always need a place to live. So someone's always going to have to do some type of construction, whether it's 3D printing, whether it's you actually physically building it. There's going to always be a need for land. There's always going to need to go up. There's always going to be a need for food. What does that look like, right? And you're correct. DoD jobs recession proof. I've been saying it for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. um and people look at DOD as if like you gotta do all these jump through these hoops and get security clearances when sometimes some people hire you and you don't even need a security clearance, or they'll sponsor you to get a security clearance, right? So you can maneuver through the DOD however you want to, right? Some people go and just work at a small firm that may be associated with, but people are like rethinking the risk. What are they rethinking? What are the risks? Drop in the chat. What are the risks? You get laid off. What are the risks? You can go work at Netflix. You can go work at Facebook, Meta. You can go work at AMD. You can go work at Nvidia, Salesforce, all those places, right? But in any of these jobs, there's always risk. There's always risk with DoD contracts as well too, because they may start something and 2 or 3 years into it, instead of it being a 5 year contract, they're like, nah, we scrapping that, right? We dipping. We gonna bounce on this $1 billion contract that we had. We bouncing on it. It could be just that simple. But guess what doesn't change is the skill sets that you have, that you're able to maneuver and go in and out of jobs, right? So let's talk about it. What are the risks? And let's get into this article. Let me get my mouse over here. Not everybody is walking away with a year's worth of runway in their pocket. So again, when you all are getting these sign-on bonuses, I keep trying to tell you, don't take your sign-on bonus and go buy something. Go take your sign-on bonus and go and invest it. Let it accrue and get some gains for a year. Go throw it in a CD. It's 4%. You're not gonna lose any money. Go put it in a high yield savings account where they around about 3.7, 3.9 right now, somewhere now. Go look on Nerd Wallet. Go look on Investopedia. Go look on Nerd Wallet, Investopedia, Bankrate. Go look around. If you're with Capital One, go look and see what Capital One got. If you're with JP Chase Morgan, go see what JP Chase Morgan got. If you're with Citizen Trust, go see what Citizen Trust has. Go look at all these different locations and find out what they have for a high yield savings account. Man, we're gonna hit a lot today. We're gonna hit a lot today. So let's hit it. All right. So what are the risks? What are the risks? All right. Tech isn't a collegial as it used to be. Rocket ships are being unveiled as sputtering messes. Mission driven startups don't feel so mission oriented when responding to investor pressure, and widespread layoffs offer a louder reminder that jobs are breakable contracts, not a I've never heard so it was a Siscarian vows. Over the past few months, thousands of employees from Meta, Twitter, Stripe, Amazon, DoorDash, uh, you name it, and I got a whole bunch of them, and countless others that don't have the privilege of being household names are back on the market. A job market that includes hiring freezes, salary cuts, a general malaise that industry experts warn won't be over this year. So where does the tech talent go from here? You said, why are you giving better advice than many of these online financial advisor gurus? Because they don't live this life. They don't live this life. They are not living this life where you get up and you go to work every day, and you have to look where your money's gonna get invested. You're gonna have to look and see what's going to work for you at the time. A lot of people like to be liquid. A lot of people like to look at their money. Like, it's nothing like logging into your account and you look and you see what you got, but at the same token, it's also nothing like looking at your money grow, where you just go to sleep and you automatically got 4% for that, for that whatever that year is, right? Maybe, and you got some, like I said, I put $1,000 into Capital One for a CD. It earned $3.23 last month, and it's gonna earn that for the next 4 months. So, I mean, the next year. So, and depends on how long you buy for. If it's 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, your I bonds, your T bills, and I'm giving you all conservative ways to do things because I know most of you do not have money to go and put 25,000, 50,000, $100,000 into an investment and then let it sit there for 5 years. I know that, right? And I know a lot of people are not even comfortable with doing that. So I'm giving you a conservative approach to get you to understand how to invest your money that you have right now, whether it's $500, whether it is $100. I don't care what you do something, but don't sit on the sideline and be like, I see all these layoffs, I see these things happening, and you do nothing. You do nothing to get your skill sets up. You do nothing to go to edX. You don't go to Udemy. You don't go to Cloud Academy. You don't go over to a cloud guru. You don't buy a certification class, and you do absolutely nothing with it. You actually do nothing, and then the layoffs hit, and then you're scrambling because now you're trying to figure out, okay, what's going to be my best option? Well, your best option was to learn while you were at work. That was your best option, was to learn while you were at work. Your other option was to get a certification while you were at work. The other option was to take your certification, take the classes that you did, and then go into the actual job and utilize what they have, right? That's it. I'm just being honest. I look, for me to give someone $50,000 or $100,000 for 5 years, I'm not comfortable with it. Only to get maybe a 1.8x or one maybe a 2x on my money. You gonna hold my money for 5 years to only give me back double my money in 5 years? No, I don't want to do that. When I know there are other investments that I can do that'll get me what I want quicker, right? I share it with everyone. I invested I put $10,000 into a SaaS company. I got back 5.6x on my money, right? Put 10,000 in, I got 5.6x on my money. So those are kind of investments that I'm trying to introduce to you, where you can be comfortable with those. 2 years and I double my money. I'm cool with that. 2 years, I double my money. I'm cool with that. 5 years and I double my money. I'm not cool with that. I could have just put for that. I could just go put my money in a CD and get 4%, right? Right. So you start playing with these calculators and start doing the math. You'll see what I'm talking about. No shade, no shade, no shade here. Robert, you saying you can get a 4.5% at Robinhood and grab up some CrowdStrike. Yep. You can also look at SoFi and see what SoFi is doing. Again, this is not financial advice. These are things that I have explored along the way. Right. These are options and things that I have explored along the way. Um, See, I recently found out about and opened a few high interest savings. Man, those interest payments are looking nice. Exactly, Kevin. Those interest payments look nice. You get up and go to work every day, but now you got your money working for you. Okay, what else can I do? What else can I take my 5,000 or $2,000 and go put into and have my money working over here? Good morning, Yvette. Good morning. All right. It says the answer is complicated and it's too early to have a definitive labor data. VCs want to fund the newest tech mafia startups before banks do. Top MBA programs want laid off workers to join so badly they're waiving standardized test requirements. And tech companies that are in a position to hire really want you to know it, right? TechCrunch spoke to laid off employees about how they're approaching their careers differently. Pseudonyms have been used in cases where names are included to protect the current and future employment prospects. Per the request of the individuals quoted, the common thread between all the answers includes a reframing of how safe is it to work in tech, and perhaps more importantly, what it takes to jump back into the sector after getting burned. I'm taking control back. Aaliyah was laid off from her tech job in the spring. Just 1 month earlier, she had a positive review with her boss and was promised a raise with more stock options. The layoff thus came as a surprise, and unlike some of her colleagues who put their names in spreadsheets and jumped back into the job hunt, Aaliyah took a few weeks to think. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay in tech. I wasn't sure I wanted to work for anyone. And this is where a lot of people come at the crux. I was at that crux, still at that crux. Do I want to go back and work for someone or do I want to go work for myself? Listen, if I want to work for myself, I still got to work for someone. It's just the money just coming to me directly or indirectly, however you set that up. However, you're gonna always work for someone. I don't care what people say. The customer is gonna be the person that you're working for. You're gonna always want that customer to ring your phone, to be on their mind, to understand um, that you value them, that you're trying to increase their wealth as well as yours, right? It's a win-win for everybody. Everybody wants to win. You got to figure out on that chain of that line and that chain of that win, where do you fit in at? What skills do you have the gift to gab? Can you sell them on something? Can you bring them customers? Can you bring them employees? Can you train people? Are you good at taking what we already have and making it into an abundance, right? Can you build something for us? Where do you fit in at when it comes to that? Are you good at bookkeeping? Are you good at finances? Are you good at selling insurance? Are you good at getting people in and helping them increase their net worth, their value, showing what they need, right? You got to figure out where it is that you all want to be. And this is why that first article about 45% of the women that are going to be childless and they're going to be single. And this is by 2030. These are things you're going to see. You already see it. You already see it. Now, the question is, what are you going to do about it? What skills are you going to have? What skills, and I keep repeating this, and I'm going to repeat this until it gets etched in your brain till you have nightmares. What skills are you going to have for the next 10, 20, 30 years? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? And this, Alonzo, you talk about having that. It was a conversation I had in Atlanta when I was just in Atlanta about uh, people creating their own insurance companies and then selling the insurance. So the question becomes then is, what do you need to create your own insurance firms, and you as the insurance firms become the bank? We're gonna talk about that later. I got something coming up. I got some stuff lined up for that. Hopefully she'll be ready come next week. I'm gonna call her today. If she watching, you already know who you are. You better be ready. I already told you. Don't try to make it too fancy. Just keep it simple, right? Just keep it simple. Going over to YouTube channel so I can see the chat. Okay, no problem, Yvette. Thank you for coming in. Do I have that information? When you say do I have that information, which information? And I feel like I'm frozen. Oh, there we go. It's a little glitch. It was a little glitch there. I hope they're not finna knock off my internet, take down my power for today. May have to hop on my hotspot. May have to hop on my hotspot. Queen Lee, what's going on? All right, so being at the crux, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do you have enough skills where you can go on and contract yourself out and be a worker? Do you have enough people in your network to let them know that you are now back in the job market, but you only want to do contract work? Do you have enough skin in the game, or do you have enough skill set to let people know that, hey, we can partner together so we can go after contracts? And then when I say contracts, it doesn't have to be federal contracts. There are state contracts, there are city contracts, there are contracts with being a partner with Salesforce, being a partner with AWS, Amazon, any event, or being or reselling stuff, right? You can resell CompTIA, you can resell AWS, you can resell Azure, you can resell Salesforce, you can become a reseller. All these different things and are different nuances that you can do. However, you're gonna have to take the time and sit your ass down, and you're gonna have to read and study. You're gonna have to sit down and look and see what certifications you need. It's not all pretty. It's not all pretty. I'm not going to tell you that lie. It's not all pretty. But guess what? You don't have to do it all by yourselves. See, a lot of times we go into these things like, and you say to yourself, I'm at the crux. And then you haven't networked. You haven't looked out and seen what's going on in the world, in just in the world. And you've been face down at this job for so long that when you come up for air, the leaves have that tree that limb that was this short has now has grown and extended over into your neighbor's yard. That little plant, that was that little plant and that little hedge that was in the front is now as tall as your house, right? You now have not taken the time to even come up to see how to maneuver. So now you're like, where do I leave? Call them golden handcuffs. I'm comfortable here. I get my bills paid. Maybe if I just reduce some, and this another thing, all right? This is another thing that I see a lot of y'all do out here, right? They get on my nerves, right? This get on my nerves. This what get on my nerves right here. I see a lot of y'all keep talking about reduce, 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 reduce. I'm gonna reduce my expenses. You reduce your expenses so much that you cooking your spaghetti and your lasagna inside of the dishwasher, right? You're cooking your spaghetti and your no. I'm not gonna tell you not to reduce, but what I'm gonna tell you is gain more skills so you can put more money away, and so you don't necessarily have to think about reducing. If you reduce, you cool, but if you don't, you don't, right? You reduce so much that it ain't even mentally healthy. You don't even have fun. You reduce so much. Like I literally was sitting down uh talking to somebody, and they were like, I save so much. And this is another thing why I listen to the financial podcast, right? Why I listen to these financial podcasts. People get so good at saving, they get so good at reducing, they get so good at putting money away that they forgot to live. They're like, oh, I've been planning all my life I had to fight, all my life I had to save, all my life I've been waiting. And you know what I be hearing? They 65, they 70 years old, and they're like, I got 2.7 million saved up. Motherfucker, where you going? Where you going? You ain't skydiving. You ain't even living your life. You ain't even living your life. Like sometimes you gotta kind of, I ain't even saying find balance. I'm just saying y'all ain't even living your lives, right? You're saving so much, you ain't even living. You ain't even going outside. Some of you ain't even washing your legs. Some of you ain't even getting soap. Some of you ain't even putting deodorant on. Like, oh, I couldn't afford it this month. What are you doing? Why are you forgetting to live? Yo, what are you doing? Create yourself a lifestyle where you can have some fun, where you can network with others. And when I say network with others, go to conferences, go to meetups, go sit at a bar. Go do something that you ain't never did before. Go outside and just bump into somebody. Like, you look like somebody I just wanted to bump into today and just start a conversation. I do it all the time. Dion will tell you. I do it all the time. Dion will tell you. But what I'm telling you is, you're worried about the layoffs when you're already mentally laid off in your head. You're already mentally laid off in your head. Whether you gonna work for somebody else or work for yourself, the customer is who you're really working for. So the thing about it is, find out who the customer is. What problems do they have? Become the solution. Get the skills you need in order to do that. Do it on somebody else's dime and time. If they say, hey, we got soft skills over here that we need training that you need to take, go take it. Hey, we need for you to go get Agile certified, or at least know about Agile principles. Go do it. We need for you to understand bookkeeping. Go do it. We need for you to understand how to speak this language. Go take it. We need for you to understand, hey, this company over here, we're about to acquire them and we're going to look at all their assets. Go read about them. Go look up how people became who they are. That's why I asked you, who founded Charles Schwab? Who is he? How did he get this money? Don't feel judged, BB. Don't feel judged. Don't feel judged out here. Are you one of the ones that forgot to wash your legs? I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But all I'm simply saying is this. You see all these tech layoffs, you hear about them, and everybody gets in this thing like, oh God, I gotta buckle down. What am I gonna do if they come for me? What are you gonna do if they do come for you? What are you going to do if they do come for you? Do you have money saved up? Do you have money that's making money? Do you have a network that you can reach out to? Do you know people who can speak your name when you're not in rooms? Have you ever taken the time to take yourself and just say, let me go study this? I don't care if it's an hour a day. I don't care if it's an hour a week. Find a routine where you can start skill stacking, where you can start networking, where you can start getting out there and finding out what other people are doing and how other people are making their money. Do your research. get a certification. I don't care if you get a financial certification or insurance certification. I don't care if you go get a certification to put embalming fluid into bodies. I don't care if you get a certification to go start selling houses or whatever the case. You get your real estate license. I don't care. Do something so that you can have other means of income and resources available to you whenever you feel like it. Not because the market dictated that to you, because you felt like it. Does this make sense? Put a one in the chat. Let me know. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the notification button. Right? Don't forget. And most of all, share the content. Share it with others. Tweet it, post it on LinkedIn, post it on Facebook, TikTok, whatever the case may be. Right? I'll make sure to read through the comments here. Thank you, Tracy J, for liking the video. Queen Lee, I can't stop. Won't stop. I come from the Diddy era. Take that. Can't stop, won't stop. We're gonna Diddy bop through it. Can't you see what you do to me? That's what I'm doing. Every time I see you. Hey, I get this feeling. Oh yeah, I'm Diddy bopping through. Oh, now I gotta get my glasses. Don Watts, thank you for the $40.99 super chat, the $50. We appreciate you. Let me come through with my shades. Hey, I'm Diddy bopping through this. So I'm just saying, don't Diddy bop through life though, and not have a way out. Don't Diddy bop through life and not have a way out. Right? And y'all be wondering why you got Akon, Diddy, what's the other one? Nick Cannon out here reproducing abundantly. It was like I got enough wealth to share. But there are consequences to those things. There are consequences to those things. Right? There are consequences to those things. All right, so let's continue. Let's see what she came up with. She said, I had to make a decision in terms of what I want my day to day life to look like financially. Everything I just talked about. Am I going to hustle or do I just want to take what falls into my lap? She said on the phone. After a couple of weeks, I felt like I was ready to take more control back as opposed to just letting people kind of sway me one way or another. In other words, I'm going to get out here and do what I need to do to put myself in a position where I control what I want to do when I want to do it and how I want to do it. I want to move in and out of lanes because that's just what I want to do. Not because somebody told me, "Oh, you getting laid off," and then you go cry somewhere. Nah, you got laid off and you like I'm laid off. I'm getting a severance. I'm finna sleep good. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm finna get up. I'm finna get up at 12. I'm gonna make me a brunch in the house. I'm finna scramble these eggs. I'm finna eat this fruit. I'm getting ready to go over here and get me a mimosa. And I'm gonna chop it up with my people. I'm gonna go love on me. I'm gonna go love on my friends. I'm gonna love on my family. And then I come back. Give yourself a break mentally. Right? Says currently Leah works 2 full-time tech jobs. Now the company knows. Overemployed. I'm about to bankroll these. What's from Belly? I'm about to drop a dime on these. I'm about to drop a dime on these, right? Right? And she runs and on top of that, she runs a consultancy business on the side. She taking her tech skills, and like I tell y'all every week, I tell you every time, your skill sets are assets. You are a business. Your skill sets are assets. You are a business. Structure yourself and your life as if you are the business. Be the solution. Find the customers. Find the need. Be the solution. Right? I tell y'all that all the time. While many people work multiple jobs to make ends meet, the opportunity to work multiple full time jobs in tech has been amplified by remote work and layoffs. In fact, more than 39,000 people are in the overemployed Discord community, which is self described as community professionals looking to work two remote jobs, earn extra income, and achieve financial freedom. Again, be free from office politics and layouts. But again, the reason why those people are overemployed and doing that is because, okay, let's break it all down, D. Let's make me bigger, D. The reason why people do this, listening to the financial podcast, listening to what people are talking about and so forth. Uh, D, can you make me bigger? Yeah, thank you. No, make me bigger. I got it. Thank you. The reason why people are doing that is because the average millionaire it usually takes anywhere from around about 40 years to 60 years. The question is, how can you take what you already know you want to do and cut that time in half? So, in other words, how can you do it in 20 years? How can you do it in 10 years? Right? So, think about it this way. And I say this all the time. You all laugh at me. Like, people don't make that kind of money to me. I'm like, well, whatever. Keep laughing. $200,000, right? That's the goal. I tell y'all all of that. $200,000. How are you gonna take if you take that $200,000 and you work in a job for 5 years? 200,000 times five is what? Drop it in the chat. I know what it is. Do you know what it is? There's a tax on that, no doubt, but your gross is what? Now, imagine if that's your gross every year. And remember, that's going to increase every year. Or you should be making sure that it increases every year. If you made 200,000 this year, next year your goal should be at least 220 and up, right? You should be moving. You should be moving, right? You should be moving upward, right? You should be increasing upward. Whether you work two jobs or one, I don't care. The goal is to be at 200. The reason for 200 is so that y'all can take the time and go look at making other investments. How do you make that 200 work for you? Max out your 401k. Fine. Hopefully you're in a Roth where you can, and you got a match. So say you got a 4% match and you're in a Roth. So you can stack some money away there. Hopefully you got a HSA. You go stack some money over there. Hopefully you get a brokerage account and you start playing into some ETFs as well too. Hopefully you find another tax free or tax deferred something to put into, or you start investing into real estate, or you buy watches, or you start a consulting firm. I don't care. You become an agent investor, whatever the case may be. Fundrise, arrived homes, a ground floor, investing into wine, investing into NFTs, whatever the case looks like for that. You're gonna go buy some more Bitcoin. I don't care. Whatever you choose. All I'm simply saying is you need to make sure that that money is working every day, putting that money to work every day, right? Then as time goes on, you're gonna see over the years, you're gonna look at yourself, you're like, okay, I'm invested into this. I bought me a duplex, I bought me some land. And then the other thing that people don't talk about that cracks me up, that everybody says this is another thing that cracked me up. They're like, oh, don't go buy a house. If you're a single woman, don't go buy a house. No man's gonna want you if you go buy a house. Or if you're a single man, or if you're a couple or whatnot, right now ain't the time to go buy a house, or don't go do this and all this right here. But what they don't say is, well, if I buy this house or if I buy this duplex, can a house hack it? Can I live on one side of the duplex and rent the other side out and have rental income? Can I then take myself and go and Not just house hacking, but can I put it on Airbnb? What does that look like? Can I buy a bed and breakfast? Can I get into a group and we go buy a bed and breakfast, or we go buy a hotel? But anyway, the reason for the buying the house is this. So in the long run, when nothing else fails, you at least have one house in your family that you know that's paid off that you can always go back to. And the only thing you don't doing is paying property taxes and the maintenance on it. So that way, when you decide that you want to break free and you're like, you get a wild hair up your ass and you like, uh I'm about to go over here to London and work in London for a year. You rent your house out or you find a property manager or something like that. You let your house make you some income while you gone. And when you come back, you got somewhere to come back to. Or if you don't do that, you buy some land where you know you're going to retire at or what have you. And you start building out a plan to build that retirement home. But you got somewhere, even if you buy some land, right? Even if you buy some land, buy you a couple of acres. Here's the one thing you do know: you can go buy your RV and park it on your own land and live however you want to. Get your power, get your sewage and everything run on the property, and go live in on your own land. You can go do that. You can literally go do that. That's your thing, right? That's your land, right? The overall goal here is to have the ability to do what you want, how you want to, how to flex your muscles, how to live how you want to. That's the goal. Not somebody dictating to you, you got to live like this, because if you don't live like this, then you're not gonna, you ain't gonna have no money, you ain't gonna have this, you ain't gonna have that, right? That's not the goal. The goal is for you to live how you want to live, right? See, engineer Kennedy, you said you had a friend laid off. He went on a 2-month vacation to Ghana and got 3 offers and told them he chilling and taking a self-care break. Yeah, yeah. You gotta monetize your skill set, Queen Lee. You gotta monetize it. It's easier to get the bag when you ain't pressured. Yep, one skill away from 200K. Get the shirts. I got it out. The trust is available. One skill away from 200K. Right? We too broke to argue. It's my favorite hashtag. We do have those t-shirts available. You can hit up. You can hit up womenandlinux.org and then hit shop. Go get your shirts. Right? We too broke to argue. My favorite. We too broke to argue. Let's get back to it. It says, never again am I going to put myself in a position where I am dependent on one stream of income from one company that may or may not do what's in my interest, Aaliyah said. They're going to do what they want, and what's mine. She sounds like a sister, though. She sounds like a sister. It's always a hedge against the bias, she says she faces as a black woman in tech. I was like, she sounded like a sister from the jump. As a black woman, sometimes I feel slighted by being overlooked and not feeling like anyone thinks I am capable of doing more, she said. So you may not have thought that I was capable of doing a lot more, but I actually do. And you don't want what's in my bank account. And you don't know what's in my bank account. Some see overemployment as the next step, while others are reflecting on how their job title evolves in this new environment. Two the two-time second hire, Sam, has noticed an odd pattern in his work. He has been the second finance hire twice by two venture-backed startups, and he's been laid off by both of these companies over the past year. It's been odd because I choose accounting and finance as a major background in undergrad 15 years ago because I was told it was the backbone of business and they needed it in order for my business to function, Sam said. He turned to mentors in the space and says that the first reaction is that that finance isn't a function that is affected in these layoffs. He's alive. Um, while the tech worker says that the accountant is the afterthought in tech, the reality is a bit more complicated. While it seems that every other chief executive attributes a need to be more disciplined as a reason for conducting company-wide layoffs, even a strong financial runway isn't enough to keep people hired. In Sam's case, He was the first to let go by a Series B software as a service product after a funding round fell through. His first mistake as a finance guy who got 15 years of experience. He should be looking at the Charles Schwabs. He should be looking at your Raymond James. He should be looking at stuff that's got more stability. Offer his consulting, offer up his services as a consultant back to the startups. Have your steady stream come in and do their books when necessary. Put them on a retainer and keep it pushing. That's how you leverage that. That's what I would do. I wouldn't keep working at a startup. Two startups laid off. Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna go over here where I know they got some money. Where they've been rolling. They've been rolling. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna consult myself back out. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, oh, I'll consult myself to you. Yes, I'll give you some advice and go from there. Right. So he began looking for new jobs that promised more financial stability. He eventually began interviewing with another company and ended up choosing an ed tech marketplace that promised they had a large cash position from a recent round raising spree. Then when that company laid him off, he realized good books aren't enough to justify job stability. Today, Sam is doing part time work, which he set up and began when hearing rumors of the second round of layoffs and interviewing for full-time gigs. There's a clash. There's a clash between what he wants, which is stable, reliable job, and what he naturally cares about as someone who has spent time working in scrappy startups on small teams. It's kind of a dilemma I have right now. Where am I going? Where am I going through every process with a company that is much healthier on the bottom line? They have a 401k match. If an offer ever does come from those companies, can I bring myself around enough to be interested? It's hard to know what you care about. He's still frustrated over losing a job at the egg tech company because you keep going back to the same pot. You keep going back and getting the same stove. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. Stop touching the same stove. Switch it up. Now everybody's walking away with a year's worth of runway in their pocket. Not long before Mary was fired from an HR tech company, HR, here we go, tech company, she was given an award that recognized her contributions to the team. The trophy was still being engraved with her name when she got the call just weeks later that her job has been terminated due to macro economic climate. Even worse, it was the second time this company laid her off. The first time Mary reflects was in March of 2020 when the world was falling apart. It didn't feel like corporate irresponsibility or anything. It was just like everything is on fire and we're so sorry, she said. Again, we don't care about that. We laying you off. We cutting corners. It just is what it is. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, right? So I'm not gonna keep reading all of these. You get the idea. You get the idea. I like I like Aaliyah. She was like, you ain't gonna get me with my pants down. You ain't gonna get me. She's part of the overemployed. So speaking of overemployed, I actually have a video for us. And then we're gonna get into the article that I originally posted. We're gonna go back to it. We're gonna go back to it. I'm gonna put this in here because I don't know if the thing is gonna work. So let's see.
For the estimated 25% of the U.S. work.
All right, let me turn up my sound. And this came out 10 months ago, and this is on Bloomberg Quick Takes. And let's get started. Get my mouse back over there. Let me know if y'all can hear the sound once we get started. Make sure this is turned up here. All right, let's go. Let me know if you can hear the sound too.
For the estimated 25% of the U.S. workforce who have seen their work shift to be fully remote, or for those leaving jobs in search of more fully remote work, there's a new trend that could double your salary. And it's simple. Work two, or sometimes more, full-time remote jobs at once and in secret.
Household income was probably 300, 400,000, somewhere there before. And now we're over $1 million. People think of those numbers as really big numbers. It's not possible. I think this is a mindset thing.
In a survey published in October of 2021, nearly 40% of remote workers admitted to having 2 full-time jobs. This movement has been dubbed overemployment, and an entire community has popped up to help navigate their secret double lives, with advice like what you can use to be on 2 Zoom calls at the same time, or how you can avoid burnout by being mediocre. Proponents believe that, for some, it can unlock both more money and less stress. But for both employers and employees, can multiple remote jobs be a sustainable part of our future of work?
I'm gonna stop that right there. Can multiple remote jobs be sustainable in the future of remote work? The question I ask is, do you have enough skilled workers in the workforce to fill the positions? Do you have enough skilled workers in the workforce to fill the positions? That's the question that you have to ask. Right? You can say all you want to about, they're working 2 jobs or they're still in time, whatever the case may be, whatever you come up with. But the question is, if you don't have enough people to fill the positions to help you fulfill what the customer needs, then what are you going to do? You still got to pay somebody to automate those things, however you want to slice that. Right? So the question is, what are you going to do? So let's get back to it. It's 11 minutes long, so we don't have that much long.
Trends in multiple full-time employment, of course, only apply to certain industries.
There are, of course, some industries like healthcare and restaurants and travel that simply can't be remote. But with the exception of those, many have the ability to work from home.
Client-facing roles or jobs that require in-person attendance can't be done simultaneously unless they operate in completely different hours of the day. But that leaves a lot of room for knowledge workers in sectors like technology and finance.
People have gotten a lot more efficient working from home, and so that has reduced the working day to some degree and has probably allowed for, especially software developers, for instance, to work another job perhaps because they've saved on time.
Recent research found that 31% of tech professionals admit to putting in just 3 to 4 hours of work a day, with one anonymous Facebook employee saying that they put in less than 1 hour of work if you don't factor in all the hours of meetings.
A lot of people in the overemployed community are in accounting, finance, insurance, sales. Obviously, software developers are kind of at the forefront of the community and still is the most remote-friendly job, just from a supply and demand reason.
This is the voice of Isaac. He runs the website overemployed.com, a site dedicated to give resources and promote the idea of working multiple full-time jobs. And being someone who himself claims to work 2 jobs, he has asked us to keep his name, voice, and image anonymous.
Overemployed really just stemmed from me trying, it out myself, talking to several different lawyers, looking at my employment contract and seeking knowledge and permission, if you will. And then I happened to talk to a family member who was just, chuckled at the idea and said that she knew many people that were doing it. And it's been the biggest open secret out there. I was like, okay.
For some, it may be surprising to know that what people like Isaac are doing doesn't necessarily violate any laws.
Generally speaking, there's no law that would prohibit an employee from having 2 jobs at once. At most, it can be a violation of an employer policy. There are some employers who have what they call no moonlighting policies. Some are a complete ban on outside employment. Some say no outside employment that interferes with your job duties or conflicts with what you do.
So basically what they're saying is read the fine print. When you all get hired to a route you're going, read the fine print to find out what it is that you can and cannot do. If you have an idea, you need to make sure you write that idea down. You need to hire a lawyer. You need to comb through those documents. Don't just get the e-doc and then just blindly sign them, right? Don't get the e-doc and blindly sign them. Go through and make sure you understand what your options are, what you can and what you cannot do, especially a lot of you all in finance, in sales, right? What are your options? What can you do and what can you not do, right? You just need to make sure of that. All right, let's get back to it.
For the employer or with the employer's business.
Nevertheless, those who have 2 jobs often go to great lengths to hide that fact.
I tend to have a very defined structure on how I structure my days. My day is actually very busy being a dad. That's my number one priority. And then I fit work in kind of 90 minutes, sprints, I call them, or, 3, 4 of them throughout the day to focus across, one job or two job one or job two, and get what I need to get done there. One thing is never mix the hardware, if you will. Keep it completely separated and standalone.
Don't use your employer's property, their laptops, computers, printers, paper, whatever it is, to perform work for the other employer. And don't ever lie about not having the job, because employers can, fire employees for dishonesty, no matter what it relates to.
Some companies are catching on to potential moonlighters using tools like artificial intelligence or productivity monitoring software that can track employee engagement with various tools like monitoring how much your mouse is moving during the day. But even for these obstacles, the overemployed community has, solutions. And while technology can help keep some of these overemployed workers from legal issues, they also need to be aware.
Hold on, did y'all see that? Did y'all pay attention to this mouse movement right here? Did y'all see that? You see that right there? So he or she is using it to keep that mouse moving so the screen don't die and it's look like you still there. Somebody go look it up. Somebody go find it. Go find it. Go find it.
The overemployed community has, solutions. And while technology can help keep some of these overemployed workers from legal issues, they also need to be aware of their own mental load.
When you're thinking about two jobs and when you're thinking about the implications of having two jobs, not just in terms of responsibility, but in terms of the psychological load of having to lie and having to hide, I think it depends on your unique situation. It depends on how hard it is for you to do that, especially when we know that psychologically, when you feel guilty about something, it's like the pressure of being found out can almost be excruciating.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop this right here for you as well too. Make sure you get your own set of headphones for each one of your laptops. Don't get your own set of headphones, right, for each one of those laptops, right? So that way you can be on your conference calls with one of those, and you don't hear conversation coming from one to another one. All right, get your own set of headphones for each one, and monitors, and mouse jiggler. Mouse jiggler. Let's get back to
Ahaf Harfouche, a digital anthropologist and researcher who recently wrote a book on hustle culture and burnout.
We're playing all of this overemployment stuff on the backdrop of a global pandemic, of opening and closing borders. We're already pretty stressed. Many of us are already pretty stressed managing enough uncertainty. So if that's not your personality, adding yet another giant bundle of uncertainty that could have legal, financial, reputational consequences, it would just be something that I would advise that a person would really think through, because, all the money that you could earn, if it ends up tanking your reputation in industry or having legal consequences and stressing you out so you can't even enjoy your time off, those are the hidden costs that we need to take a look at.
I think that's just a misconception that people have that if you do multiple jobs, you must be overworking. You don't have to. If you're productive and thoughtful about how you allocate your time with deep focused work, etc.
As Isaac explains, having two jobs, at least in his experience, has actually reduced the stress around his work.
I haven't found it stressful, but to each their own. One of the nice side effects of virtual remote work is, with 2 jobs or 3 jobs or whatever, if you don't like a meeting, you don't have to go to it. See what happens. To say decline, can I get the meeting notes? If that meeting was wasting your time and wasn't adding to your bottom line results that you're tasked to produce, you can stay wide. And I think a lot of the overemployer are kind of leading some of the charge and pushing back with overworking. That a lot of people with one job are overcompensating actually and overworking because they're worried about their job.
Oh yeah, I know about some people are hip to mouse jigglers. Mary, I know about that. Yep, I know about that. Come to Wednesday's meetup. I say that. Come to Wednesday's meetup. Yep. Yeah, there's no growth without stress, but you don't have to die. You ain't gotta die. You ain't gotta die. You can curtail that. You can make it easy for yourself. All right, let's get back into it.
But if they're the ones that are like, going to meetings 12 hours a day back to back, it's a choice. It really comes down to it's a choice of what you do with your time.
And taking that time back is a mindset shift that is at the core of what the proponents of overemployment believe. Detach yourself from your job, don't wrap your identity into work, and strive to simply meet expectations, not exceed them.
In our work culture, we have the sociological phenomena called work devotion, which is a set of behaviors that we all do, that we've all done, that signal to our colleagues and coworkers that we deserve our success. So what ends up happening...
I'm gonna start right there. I'm gonna back up here a little bit. I wanna kind of highlight this right here, that you can do for yourself just at work in general. All right, so at work in general, you always try to figure out when you're gonna take lunch or how you're gonna take lunch or what have you. I have coworkers that do this all the time. They set a block of time where they say, "Do not disturb me" from 1 to 3, because they're working on whatever project and they don't want to be disturbed. So they go ahead and block their time out for the entire week or that day, and then they have lunch and they say, "Well, I'm available for meetings during this time, and this is when you get in touch with that person." So they block out their calendar automatically for that day or for their week. Sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't, right? But they're steadily consistent. And I was actually told to do that on my calendar, like block out the time that you want to study, right? And then go study, right? 'Cause some employers are okay with you studying at work, because a lot of people have gotten to the point where they don't want to study outside of work. Like, I'm not going to go study outside of work. I want you to pay me to study because it's for you. If I'm outside of work, I'm not going to study. I'm going to go do something else. There are some people that think that way. There are some employers that are okay with you studying at work. You need to let them know that during this time I'm going to be studying for this exam. So this is what I'm going to be doing. If you want to have a meeting or something of that nature, let's schedule around that time, right? So I'm encouraging you to allocate your time throughout the day, at least how you see fit for your development, your self-improvement. It says people are realizing there is no goal watch in corporate. Yep. Corporate will always put their interests over the employees. Of course they will. It's business over employees. It's just bottom line. Let's get back. Let me fast forward a little bit here, and then let's get back into it.
Then it's not even about the job that they have. It's about how hard they're working for that job. What we've actually been seeing research-wise economically for years is that people are working really hard. There are some people that are working 2 and 3 jobs, not overemployment, just 2 to 3 jobs in the gig economy, part-time work, and still are not able to make ends meet. And so for me, I think if you are going to do this and separate your sense of self from your job, if that's what it takes for you to say, hey, I am not my job title, that maybe I want to be present and joyful and healthy and happy and have relationships, I think that's great.
And even if it is possible to work 2 full-time remote jobs, it likely isn't going to be for everyone. But it does point to a larger trend happening in work overall, a shifting perspective on our work-life balance.
When the pandemic happened and lots of people lost their jobs, a lot of people were slow to come back to their employer, or there was just this psychological shift where they were rethinking the type of work that they wanted. And that resulted in a labor shortage. And so now people have this power to negotiate and sort of get the type of work that they want.
All right, so I'm gonna pause that right there. Do you all think there is a tech labor shortage even with the layoffs? Do you think there is a tech labor shortage even with the layoffs? You just type a yes or a no in the chat, yes or no in the chat, and we'll discuss.
As the economy recovers, workers have used this new power to find better working accommodations in a movement that some have been calling the Great Resignation.
We really saw this idea of the Great Resignation start in the middle of last year. And this was as unemployment benefits started to kind of unwind and people were going back to jobs that they had before the pandemic, but they realized that the hours were very rigorous, for example, or that the work was not positioning them for the future that they wanted. We've moved away from 40 hours a week at your desk, 9 to 5, and toward people having more autonomy over how they want to shape what their careers look like long term.
And for some in the overemployed community, growing your income the traditional fashion by being promoted can look less attractive. For example, according to Glassdoor.com, the average total pay for a software engineer is about $156,000 per year at Google and around $166,000 per year at Meta. And while senior software engineers make significantly more money, it still isn't as much as having two more junior roles.
If you have a full-time job, you have one source of income. And if based on continuing economic disruptions, layoffs are becoming more and more common across industries.
All right, we're gonna pause right there. I'm gonna answer this question. So, do we have a shortage? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, and Tunde hit it on the head. It is in a certain market. It's not just AI, but it is also, and I keep going back to this. It is a reason why I say this. It is a reason, and if you ain't paying attention, I don't know what you're doing. But if you're not paying attention to see that DevOps, DevSecOps, SRE, CRE, platform, that even software developers are learning all those skills, right? The infrastructure is never going anywhere. We're here to stay, baby. We're here to stay. So when somebody comes to me and say, hey, we want to build a serverless environment, it's still infrastructure. It's still deploying some container into somebody's cloud via whatever. It is still some type of programming, whether you're using Go, Rust, Python. It is still some type of API access. It's still some type of knowledge that you need to have in order to do that. These are things that are never going anywhere. Healthcare and IT for healthcare, security for healthcare, robotics, space, infrastructure, building data centers, security, cloud security, data analytics, data engineering, data lakes, storage. How does storage play in the roles? How load balancers, networking, network security, load balance security, application security, testing, Q&A, pick a lane. They're gonna all be there. And I'm not telling you something, I'm making it up. Okay, so if you don't know who I am, if you just joined us, this is your first time, not sure, I've been in tech now 22 years. I have never worried about the layoffs. If I did get laid off or whatever, I've always had a job the next day, or I just said, hey, I don't want to work. When people threaten you with layoffs, when people threaten you with working, you just be like, oh, okay, cool, that's funny, haha, I'll get a job tomorrow. Right? You got to pick what you want to do, right? You got to be able to be skilled enough to go where you want to go. Let me get back to my original song that we had started with. Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, reading rainbow. All right? What's the song? What's the next chorus? What's the next part? I can't be anything. Like, yeah, right. it's it. That's it. So what you want to be? You want to be a rainbow? You want to be a butterfly? You want to be Pikachu? We can go back. Zoobly zoo, zoobly. We can do that. Like, what is it that you want to do? Where do you want to be? How does this look to you? What does life look like to you? And we're going to get to that article. I promise. We're going to get to the article. I'm just trying to put things in perspective for you to say, Stop being on the sideline and watch people run up and down the court. And then when they lay off, they lay you off, and you sitting up there like, well, where can I go? No one knows you. You know, you're not even network. You're not even out there doing anything, right? You're not even out there talking to people. You're not even you. People don't even know. People don't even know you exist, right? Get in the game. Shoot a jumper. Go do a layup. Run around the court. High five somebody. Do something, but get in the game. Get the skills. You are a business. You need to network. You need to be a solution. You need to provide customers. No, that's right. Nobody knows you, Otis. They came to see me. Nobody knows you, Otis. Right? So we're gonna get back to this. I got a couple of more questions, but I just trying to spark your mind today. Like we're in the beginning of it, right? We in the beginning of it, right? You got time this year. You got time, but you got to use it effectively. You got to be getting into it now, right? Let's go.
Does it make sense for you to devote all of your time and your extra time into one company where one day you can come into the office and suddenly it's like, guess what? No more job.
This has just sort of opened a door for people to navigate employment in new ways, but it doesn't necessarily mean people are going to be able to sustain 2-3 jobs at a time for many years, because as we mentioned, burnout is a real thing. And even if you can do it for a year or so, it doesn't mean you can do it, once you've got children or once you've got other responsibilities that kind of take time out of your day.
I think
she said once you got children, we just saw the article, 45% of the women between 25 to 44 are going to be childless and single. Men between the ages of 20 to I think it's 25 are virgins. So that means they don't have no children. Right? So this mindset that you're going to have children and you're going to have, that's going to change, and you're going to see more articles coming out about, like, we already seen the articles that the labor shortage is already here. We already have a labor shortage in terms of skill sets, where people do not have enough technical skills to get in these different games. And we also see that we're just not producing any more people, right? We're not producing. It's supposed to be 2.1 children per female. That's not happening. People are opting out. So what does that look like? Who's going to fill the roles? Who's going to fill the job? Right? Let's go.
Going to find that there are people that are going to be engaging in overemployment for very different reasons in very different ways. If there's one thing that we can take away from overemployment, it's this idea that we have more control over our time than we think. There are things that we believe to be true about working, about our day-to-day, about our calendars, about our relationships with our teams and our bosses that are the way they are because we've never questioned them, because that's just how they've always been. So the more interesting thing to think about is where can I do things a bit differently? Where can I explore new ideas or try new things or test out new concepts? And maybe by doing that, you'll start to shift and realize that your work reality is whatever you make it.
So there's that. Your work reality is whatever you make it, right? All right. So let me get back over. I have one more thing. Let me make sure that I got it on here. All right. We're going to leave that there. I know where I want to go next. I'm just making sure we have, if I want to go there. All right. So let's get to this article. All right. That's the one we've been waiting for. It's the one I opened up with. Everybody with me so far? We good? D, we good on time? What we looking like? It says, I think junior level jobs will be automated, so you'll have to come in the game with the right skills. Yep, breaking into machine learning and data science is not hard. Companies begging to teach people machine learning and hiring people with 1 year experience. Tracy, you said so. If you have low job skills, you just won't have jump. Yeah, pretty much. I mean that's it's been that way for a while. Having low job skills gets you the $40,000, the 60,000, the 70,000, right? And then those jobs they usually end up automating, or you just get overworked in them jobs, and then you move up the food chain, and you move up the food chain, right? Get a skill to take a deal. Yep. All right. So 45% of the women are expected to be single and childless by 2030. We are in 2023. That is now 7 years from now. Recent data predicts that 45% of the women ages 25 to 44 will be single and childless by the time 2030 rolls around. The number of single women in the U.S. is expected to rise to 1.2% every year. So let's load this up here so you can see. We're told by a culture that a woman who is unmarried and has no children is empowered and is in charge of her own life. She has escaped the unnecessary burden of raising a family and being a slave to her husband. Just reading the article. You all can feel however you want to about this article. Here's what they're stating. Here's where we're at. At least that's what our society has convinced us. Sadly, many women have adopted the modern feminist lifestyle and have chosen to sleep around, abort their baby, or delete, I should say, if they unexpectedly get pregnant and swear off marriage. But these cultural trends are going to have a tremendous impact on the American society. Morgan Stanley predicts that 45% of the women in their prime working years, 25 to 44, will be single and childless by 2030. Right? In 2019, Morgan Stanley published an article outlining the impact on American economy. The number of prime working age women in the U.S. has been increasingly steady, and most of them are single and completely focused on their career. These women will continue to have greater representation in the workforce, helping to boost wages. Economist Ellen Zenter explained in the past, education on lower paying occupational choices largely drove the pay gap. Today, motherhood is by far the largest contributor to the wage gap, since women who become mothers often choose to stop working or work for fewer hours. But it looks like there will be fewer and fewer mothers over the next couple of decades as women choose to commit themselves to work rather than family. The number of single women in the U.S. is expected to raise 1.2% every year from 2018 to 2030, compared to 0.8% increase in overall population. This is likely going to result in 45% of the women between the ages of 25 to 44 who will be single and childless by 2030. This is an increase from 41% of the women in the age group being single and childless in 2018. These shifting lifestyle norms are enabling more women with or without children to work full time, which should raise the labor force participation rate among single females, Zenter says, right? Single women spend more than average Single women spend more than average family household, especially when it comes to travel, nightlife, eating out, skincare and beauty, retail shopping, etc. So of course economists will attempt to frame it in a positive light that nearly half of the women are single and childless. It can only be good for the economy. Here's what I'm going to say to that. Um, you're starting to see, as I travel through these finance spaces, travel, nightlife, eating out, skincare, retail shopping, and finances is something that I see a lot of the podcasters calling in talking about. Let's get this thing straight so we can kind of debunk all the drama. There's never really one man or one woman that truly understands how to save money and how to build wealth, right? So you do have to hire, or you should be looking at tax strategies, tax planning, uh, talking to a financial advisor, getting your life insurance, putting wills, estates, trusts, whatever the case may be, in place, and understand what those implications are. Understand what tax bracket are you in? What can you do in that tax bracket? How can you save money? I think we should be learning that, teaching that to children. I don't think it's a gender thing when it comes to how to live, save money, and grow, right? And grow wealth. That's not a gender thing. That's a human thing. That's how I look at it, right? So if we're gonna have issues with having, or where men are not having kids, women are not having kids, you have to look at, well, as you get older, not necessarily who's gonna take care of you, was how much money do you have to take care of you, and how much money do you have to take care of your family? How much have you put away? Do you have insurance? Do you have an umbrella policy? Do you have money put away in case something happens to you? Are you taking a job that has great benefits? Are you taking a job that is allowing you to have some growth? Are you getting equity in the company? Are you building out your RSUs? What does all of this look like? So if you all are not having that conversation, and I asked this question last week, right, jokingly, but I was really being serious, is when do you have that financial conversation when you're dating? People say you don't have it on day one when you sit down at the table, but shit, you might need to. You might need to have it on day one and have and save yourself the trouble of saying, hey, um, I'm not conservative at all right? And I don't know if she's watching or not, but she might be. I was on the plane, talking to a chick. Long story short, she going finishing grad school, this, that, and the other, and she's gonna come out with over $80,000 in debt, right, from student loans. But now the question is, how is she gonna prepare for that future? And if she starts dating someone now, and she's younger, like she's in her 20s, uh late 20s, well, who's, how is she gonna is her family prepared for that to help her get that down? Is she gonna do that on by herself? Is she gonna go into creating her own business where she takes care of that? Is she gonna work with the state? It's so many different factors when it comes to that. And it's the same for men who go to school and become doctors and whatever, lawyers and whatever else you choose. The question is what are you going to do to help you get out of that debt? And that's for men and women. So it may be a financial conversation up front. It may be a financial conversation up front. People don't want to have that conversation. They're like, oh, I just want to get to know you, this, that, and the other. Well, yeah, that's cute, right? It's all cute. It's all good and dandy, and fine and dandy till shit hits the fan. So I'm just telling you from my perspective. This is not a reflection of women in Linux. This is a reflection of me, just Tamika. Have the conversation. It's a hard conversation to have. It's a hard conversation to have with yourself as well too. It's a very hard conversation to have with yourself. Are you on it? Do you have a plan? Are you executing on that plan? Donald, me, we still got to get together. I know you're on your 50 million plan, but we got to get together and sit down and talk about that. Right? I haven't forgot those that had the 10 million plan, 20 million plan. I haven't forgot about you. But I do want you to have a plan, even if you take the time and go invest into uh, someone that does a tax plan for you or a financial plan for you, whatever the case may be. Speaking of planning, I actually talked to someone, excuse me, yesterday, and we were talking about financial planning. Right. And I was like, what does it look like to get a financial plan from you? His fee was or is $250 an hour, and a plan can take anywhere from 8 to 20 hours depending on the person. So you do the math on 8 to 20 hours at $250 an hour, right? So you got to figure out what it is that y'all want to, where you want to be. How do you find a financial planner? How do you find someone that can do that does tax strategies for you? What income level are you at? What tax bracket are you at? How are you putting that money away? Is that money working for you that you're putting away? How liquid do you want to be? Do you want to be in bonds, CDs, ETFs, right? Mutual funds, municipal bonds, right? What are you looking at, right? How are you setting yourself up, right? All right, so let's get into it. It says, however, few are considering the negative impact that this will have on the greater society. The birth replacement rate is already trending below replacement, and surveys show that women who are unmarried and childless tend to struggle more with mental illness. I don't know. I haven't looked this up. I'm just reading the article. And feeling of self confidence. I think feeling of self confidence goes throughout life, right? You can meet a man or a child or a woman who doesn't have self confidence. That could be factors from how their mother treated them, their father treated them, their family treated them, their friends treated them, how they look at themselves. Like it's and then it's historical factors too, from depression, from family, just different things that happen throughout lifetime. So you got to be very vigilant about who you are around and who you choose to interact with. I don't want to say procreate with, because it doesn't. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking just even as a friend level. Like, is that friend depressed all the time? Does that friend think about deleting themselves? Is there self love? Right. Some of you don't even have self love. Right. So you got to look internally and look at that for yourself. Like, what's going on there? Like, you know, what's causing that? What's evoking that emotion in you? Right? Single childless women may be buying more things at the mall and traveling to various American cities, but at what cost in the long run? At what cost in the short run? Right? Let them travel, let them go do their thing, right? But make sure you got a plan. Like, you spend, you replace, right? You stack. Like some people say, you stack, 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 spend. Spend, you may spend, and stack, 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 stack. It's all depending on you. But sit down and come up with a budget and plan that out. The bedrock of any healthy society is the nuclear family, and it's sad to think that we will see fewer and fewer families in the future, which of course means fewer children and happily married couples. Meanwhile, young women in their prime working years devote themselves to a career and a boss who doesn't truly care about them. Have I don't know. This is an assumption here. Have promiscuous sex that has a negative impact on their mental health. And the truth be told, a lot of women that I see online and men are opting out of sex. They're opting out of sex. They're like, nah, this we good over here. In fact, when you look online, it's just like you don't even like each other. So, much less have sex, right? I don't even like you, right? So that's what this article was talking about here. But then there's this article. It's actually a podcast, and I'm gonna cover it next week because I got some other stuff that I want to go over. It's the mind blowing stats of male inequality, and I'm gonna talk about it next week. I ain't gonna talk about it this week because I got some other stuff I want to get into because it's fairly long. It's fairly long. It's lengthy paragraphs. I want to talk about it next week. I want to talk about it next week. You all can look this up if you want to, right? So let's get into my other stuff. I want to put that stuff out there. All right, so let's get into all these tech layoffs that we're seeing. All right, all right, and then we're gonna on the next show we're gonna talk about security and jobs. Let's see, there we go, right there. All right, Salesforce CEO admits we hired too many people. The company lays off 7,000 plus employees. Right, let's look at this one. IBM staff grumble redeployment orders are staff layoffs. So they're reordering and restructuring. So people are fearing for layoffs. Let's look at this. Hold on, let me get this one, then I'll go into that article. Hold on. All right. Let's look at this one. This is I think everybody know about this. You've seen this right here. When we talk about layoffs. Started with Walmart closing all their registers. Now customer films McDonald's automated drive-through being run without any employees. Right? They're showing here McDonald's. Hey, McDonald's customer is going viral for documenting their experience at McDonald's drive-through being run without employees. Let me see if I can get that. If it's a video that pops up. I have to order through the kiosk. No humans work here, just machines. McDonald's customer films store operating without any workers, automatic drink dispenser, and so forth. Right? See, skip ad. No, that's not the video. TikTok user, I guess Jabrizi, posted on video on December 24th. In it, she films what's behind the counter at McDonald's store, pointing out that there are no cashiers or workers in the kitchen. All that can be seen is automated drink machines completing filled orders and so forth. So let's look here at the video. So you're gonna see more and more because people don't have skills. I'm just gonna say that. And there are particular skills that companies are looking for. And we talk about it here every week. We talk about machine learning. We talk about AI. We talk about infrastructure. We talk about data, healthcare. Those fields are going to be around forever, and those skill sets are going to be your baseline skill sets, but you're going to evolve in those jobs. But again, we're talking about you're going to see more and more in this. There's over 2 million vacant jobs in tech, so all the layoffs are not really scaring people when Blue Cross banks and many sectors are hiring. Yep. I talked about this. I was looking at this the other day. Did anybody go to look at Charles Schwab for jobs? Did you go look at Progressive? Have you looked at the General? Have you looked at all the aristocrats and the kings for jobs? Have you done that? Have you looked at those companies? Right? And I have some jobs too that I pulled up. Let me stick to the plan. I got some jobs. I'm gonna go back to it. Let me get back to this. This came from LinkedIn. This came from LinkedIn. This is stating McDonald's plans job cuts shakeup. As McDonald's is planning to cut jobs and reorganize its corporate staff. The shakeup is likely to target duplication across the company's international operations. I don't need 7 different permutations of the chicken sandwich, right? So what does that look like? So McDonald's is starting to have layoffs, but McDonald's have layoffs quite often, right? They've had layoffs quite often. Let's see. Let's get this one over here. This is Party City. Party City is preparing for bankruptcy. I think Party City personally should be purchased by a company, probably somebody like a Target or a Walmart, and brought into the fold, created into a little section in the store, or maybe they get maybe Party City and the other companies combine with each other to do something that together. Usually when you see Party City, you see a Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't know why those two couldn't possibly combine with each other because they're in the same plaza. Oftentimes, I'm just looking at ways that you could take something and still keep it around, but you don't have to have your own separate store, right? They got storefront. Their party city is usually pretty big, and so now you got to have employees, you got shifts, you got payroll. What ways they can cut costs? Who can go buy that? Who can go acquire? Who can they merger with? Right? These are things that we're gonna see more of. We're gonna see, like we already saw Kroger and Albertsons do their merger, right? And it's actually they're trying to block Kroger and Albertsons from the merger, actually, right? So again, you're gonna see more of that. What do you think would have happened if Sears and J.C. Penney's combined? What if Sears, J.C. Penney's, and Macy's all worked together and combined into one store, right? What would that look like? What could that have looked like, right? You may would have had Sears, J.C. Penney's, Macy's all in one, right? Macy's stock dropped yesterday, right? So what do mergers look like is really what I'm getting at. Like that's the mindset I think we need to be in, right? And so as you look out across the landscape, you know, again, people acquire hire. They will acquire a startup, and then that startup rolls into the fold. We saw Broadcom buy VMware. We saw IBM buy Red Hat, right? Sticking around, right? We're not gonna let you die. We're gonna keep rolling around, right? All right. So now this article here, like I say, you may not like me today, but that's okay. You're only one skill away from 200K. All right. So this article here, U.S. employment rate falls in December. This came out January the 6th, but rises for Black women and Hispanic men, right? U.S. employment rate falls in December, but rises for Black women and Hispanic men. The U.S. unemployment rate declined overall in December, but rose for Black women and Hispanic men, according to the latest non-farm payrolls. Black women saw unemployment increase to 5.5% last month, up 0.3%, 3 percentage points from 5.2% in November. Data from the Labor Department showed Friday. Overall, black employment held steady at 5.7%, while the unemployment rate for Black men actually declined from 5.1% from to 5.1% from 5.4%. Meanwhile, Latino men saw unemployment rise to 4% in December, an increase of 0.4% from 3.6%. These figures bucked the trend in the broader economy, which showed unemployment in the U.S. fall to 3.5% from 3.7%, right? Why did I bring this up? I brought this up because if you're gonna be out here, single, please be single with skills. If you're gonna be out here in this world, please make sure you got skills that pay your bills and then some. Don't be on the sideline. Where are those skills at? Right? I just went over that article with the guy that was doing bookkeeping for startups and kept getting laid off. Didn't make sense to me. I would have took myself over to Charles Schwab and did consulting on the side and started a consulting business. Hire me when you need me. Put you on a retainer, right? Again, what are you going to do? This is for everybody that's in the chat, Black and white, Hispanic, whatever the case may be. What are you going to do? What skills are you going to have? Right? How are you going to live? How are you going to sustain yourself in early retirement, whatever the case may be, married, single, partner, whatever the case may be. How are you going to maintain this, right? How are you going to maintain this, right? So now we saw that, right? Let's get into some stuff that's going That's gonna change a little mind here. All right. It ain't all doom and gloom today. All right. So here we go. We finna get into some tech salaries. It says some engineers are being paid between 250,000 to $1 million, says the salary survey. San Francisco is the highest paid city for tech pros if you can afford to live there. It's a new year. If a new year means a new job, it might be worth taking a peek at 2022 Levels FYI salary survey, which reveals that the principal engineers are getting up to 1 million. And entry level engineers can expect more than 250,000 in the highest paying tech firms. Based on 150,000 salary submissions, the research shows entry level engineers with up to 2 years of experience can expect a salary of 274,000 from New York's Two Sigma, which specializes in applying data science to the financial service industry. Second place went to Stripe, the online payment specialist, which offered 266,000, and third went to Cruise, which offered 238,000 for self-driving cars. Right? Can you not hear? D, can you hear? I'm getting that we can't hear. Oh, are you being facetious? You're saying say it again for the people in the back. Oh, let me say it again. I think that's what you're saying. Say it again for the people in the back. All right. The ranges from reveals that engineers are getting up to, let's go back. Some engineers are being paid between 250,000 to 1 million, right? On standard engineering grade, Databricks offers the highest salary of around 443,000. 443,000. I talked about Databricks last year. Databricks, I talked about you can go online and get their certification, roll into a job, do some data lakes, Databricks, DevSecOps, boom, you're done. There you are, right? While Cruise and online gaming platform Roblox came in as second and third, with respectively to 361,000 and 354,000. At the other end of the scale, a principal engineer might expect 1 million at the highest payers, social media giant Facebook. In this tier of engineers, Stripe came in at 900,000 and Airbnb came in at 796,000. And I've been posting jobs inside of our Slack channel that have been ranging anywhere from 175, 200 up to 800,000. What do you want to do? What do you want to look like? Where do you want to be? If you feel like you don't deserve $800,000 a year based with your skills and and the time and the effort that you put into, that's a you issue. You need to figure out why you feel that way. And you need to figure out also too why you feel that way if somebody else got it. Right? Right. What is your worth? What do you think your skills is worth? Have you looked across the market? Do you see what's going on? Right? Oh, hold on. That's me. Not now. Here we go. Turn my sound off. Right? What do you think that should look like? Some companies did not get enough reports to be statistically valid, so we did not include them, right? So let's go on, because some of you all hear these lines out here about people not making that kind of money ain't out here, this that and other, people ain't doing that, right? So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I like to back things up with stats. I'm not going to you know, play around with you about stats. All right. So here we go. We hear this all the time. Black women don't make over 100,000, or women don't make over 100,000. So I went and did some more research because I like to give y'all facts, right? Like to give you facts, and I got some other facts to give you too. The 10 U.S. cities where women are most likely to earn $100,000 or more. Bringing home a six-figure salary is a mark of financial success for many people, which in some places 100,000 is 40,000, and it's more common depending on where you live. For example, 1 in 3 women in San Jose, California, bring in at least $100,000 to a new report from Good Hire, an HR platform. The analysis draws data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the U.S. Department of Commerce to find out where are the high salary shares of high earners across the country. It makes sense that the highest concentrations of six-figure earners live in expensive cities like the Bay Area and on the East Coast. Workers in these competitive talent markets may also have more leverage to negotiate higher pay, though that doesn't always mean it goes as far as as to cover essential living expenses. And because of racial and gender wage gaps, women are less likely to reach six figures threshold compared with men. Just 11% of women make 100,000 or more at a national level, whereas it's 21% of men do. So here are the top 10 U.S. cities where women are more likely to earn six figures. San Jose, 34% of the women earn six figures. Women median annual income is 70,000. San Francisco, 31% of the women earn six figures. Washington D.C., 27% of the women earn six figures. Stanford, Connecticut, 25%. Boston, 21%. New York, 21%. Seattle, 20%. Baltimore, 17%. Thousand Oaks, California, 17%. Hartford, Connecticut, 16%. Right? So, why did I bring this up? Because a lot of you always ask this question about where do you make six figures at? And I've given you these stats before. I tell you all the time, there's no way you can live in the DMV and not make six figures. There's no way. There's no way. Not if you're working in tech. There's no way. I lived there twice. Yeah, twice. Right? There's no way. So that's one thing, right? Next one up. Next article. I got articles. Find my mouse again. It's over there. Come back, mouse. You over here on the edge. I don't know why it's not doing that. There we go. All right. That's smart as it. Nope. Here we go. That's one article. Here's another article. Cities with the most female six-figure earners. Cities. Y'all ready? All right. According to the 2020 census data, women make up less than 30% of the six-figure earners in the U.S. And while this figure marks progress from a decade prior, when it was only 23% of the figures of six-figure earners were women, women continue to face tighter budgets than men generally do. All right. It says here in large cities with higher cost of living, a six-figure salary may even be more necessary to pay for housing costs, foods, and other necessities, while also growing one's savings, right? In this study, Smart Asset analyzed data from 100 U.S. cities to identify and rank where the most female six-figure earners are located in 2022. We considered two metrics: percentage of women workers earning 100,000 or more, and percentage of six-figure earners who are women, right? And you can read the actual annual study here. It's found here. But here's the key findings. Large cities rank well, and the percentage of six-figure earners who are women varies widely by city, right? So they looked at places like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. So this is different than the last one, right? Different than the last one. So let's go down here. Look at these numbers. Washington, D.C., the percent of female workers who earn six figures is 34%, right? If you look at San Francisco, 39%, Arlington, Virginia, 38, Oakland, 25, New York, 20, Boston, 21, Chicago, 17, uh, Sacramento, 13, Portland, 18, New Jersey, 24, national average is 12. And it says the percent of six figure earners who are women, is 44% in DC, right? 38 in San Francisco, 38 in the Arlington area, 40 in Oakland, New York 39, Boston 39, Chicago 37, Sacramento 38, Portland 35, Jersey City, New Jersey 34, and national average of 29.13%, right? It says, like last year, the nation's capital takes the number one spot. It has the highest percentage of six-figure earners who are women making up nearly half of six-figure earners, 44.8%. It says about 34% of workers earn 100,000 or more, the fourth highest rate in our study, right? These are their numbers. These are the facts, right? Let me get back over here. Right? San Francisco, you have 40%. Arlington, Virginia, it says the Arlington, Virginia ties with San Francisco for the number two spot. The Census Bureau data shows that roughly 52,900 full-time workers in the city, in the city, which is 38.44% of them, earn 100,000 or more. In fact, the median earnings for full-time working women in Arlington are the highest in our study at 81,000. So you want to know where you go live at? If you want to make that kind of money, that's where it's at. However, you're going to need to account for the cost of living. You're going to need to account for commuting. You're going to need to account for social life. You're going to need to account for whether you have family there, if you got children or what have you. I always say the DMV is really it's not a singles game. The DMV is a couples game to me. I think you need more than one source of income there. I think you need to have multiple streams there. I also think that you need to understand what it looks like to live in a condo or a house or a townhome. What does that look like? You got to account for the weather, whether it's snow or ice. You got to account for commute. You also got to account for groceries. And you also got to account for like what your lifestyle is like. So those are things that I consider that you need to take into accountability in these cities. Oakland, New York, and so forth, right? I'm going to the next article because, we get these conversations going. All right. So in this article here, this article says 72% of six-figure earners are men, while 57% of the workers earning less than 25,000 are women. So this is on a national average. Those cities that we pointed out are probably not included in this national average. Yeah, 100K in the DMV is not living well at all. I agree. So let's talk about what's going on here. All right. When you start looking at these stats, you start looking at things, you have to make conscious decisions. It's no secret women earn less than men, according to the newest Magnify Money study on the gender pay gap. Women are disproportionately represented in the lowest income tier and underrepresented in the highest. In fact, 72% 72% of the workers, which kind of coincides with what we've been reading, about 30% of the women are earning 100K, right? Who earn six figures or above are men, while 57% workers who earn less than 25,000 a year are women. This is according to an analysis of the latest U.S. Census Bureau. Women are always playing catch up, says Ismat Mangla, an executive director of Magnify Money. Go check out Magnify Money, see if they got jobs. They're pulling data. That means they got some infrastructure. They got to do some data analysis. They got to do some stats, right? They bear the brunt of the low wage, and the low wage translates to a lifetime of being behind, and it comes to building when it comes to building financial security. This is why I keep stressing to you all, go get some skills. Stop sitting over here playing in your nose. Stop sitting over here just being. Do you know ain't what I want to say, but stop playing, right? And let's get back into this, right? Key findings: 72% of workers who earn figures are men or above are men. The highest disparity who earn at least six figures is in Utah. 85% of the six-figure earners in the state in the state are men. 85% of the six-figure earners in the state are men. So, ladies, if you're looking for a man, you may have to go on over to Utah. Check them out, right? And it says compared to 15% who are women. The lowest disparity is in the District of Columbia, where 50% of the six-figure earners are men, compared with 43% who are women. That's not a bad exchange right there. I'll take the 43%. I'm taking 40 and over, right? I'm taking 40 and over. 57% of the workers who make less than 25,000 are women. Even though the male workforce is 11% larger than the female workforce, excuse me, there are millions more women than men in the lowest income tier. 40% of the women make workers making less than 25,000 compared to 27% of the male workers. The highest disparity among workers making less than 25,000 is in Louisiana. 60% of the workers in the state below that income threshold are women, compared to 40% who are men, right? The lowest disparity is in Alaska, where 54% workers under that income threshold are women, compared with 46% who are men, right? So let's talk about it. Let's blow this up so you can read it. 72% of those who earn 100,000 are men, while 28% are women. 73% who earn at least 150,000 but less than 200,000 are men, while 27% are women, and 78% who earn at least 200,000 are men, while 22% are women. You need to get that number up. Period. Right? And I love to see this breakdown even more, right? By degree. I like to see the breakdown even a little bit more than that, right? So here's the places where y'all don't want to be at. Ladies in Louisiana, get out. Ladies in Louisiana, get out. Ladies in Idaho, get out. Idaho, 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 get out. North Dakota, get out. Wyoming, get out. Utah, get out. Unless you plan on mating with the men in Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, Idaho, and Louisiana. Go find your mate. You got a better percentage of finding them out there. You got a better percentage of finding your mate in the DMV. We know that. Connecticut, Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, Idaho, in Louisiana. You looking for the six-figure men? That's where they're at, right? If you're looking to be a six-figure man, you may want to look at those places. I'm just giving you what the stats say, but I'm also telling you get your skills up and you can go anywhere, right? So it says the number of men earning at least 100,000 is 12 million. 12,560,917. The number of women earning at least 100,000 is 4.9 million. So we can say 13 million to 5 million. Right? Number one ranked is Utah. 119,000 men are at least earning 100,000 and 21,000 women are earning 100,000. So it gives the percentage men who earn is 85%. Wyoming is number 2 with 19,000. North Dakota is number 3 with 31,000. Idaho is number 4 with 44,000. Louisiana has 144,000. So ladies, you might hit gold somewhere in Jackson. I don't know. They ain't break it down by city. With 144,000. Oklahoma 104,000. Montana 26,000. Slim pickings in Montana. South Dakota 22,000. Alabama, Huntsville, hit them up. Hit them up. Hit them up. Like Tupac, hit them up. 128,000. Mississippi 55. Louisiana and Mississippi ain't two places I want to live. Kansas got 92. You may have to take Toto with you. 92,000. Nebraska 56. Indiana 188,000 of the men are earning 100,000. 55,000 women are earning 100,000. Iowa 93,000. West Virginia ain't nothing there. Don't do it. Save yourselves. Just buy the land and let somebody build on it. 38,000. Michigan. Holla at me, Michigan. 333,000. Number of men earning at least 100,000. The number of women is 100,000. Right? Alaska, 31,000. Texas. Texas, 1 million. Ladies, you got a shot. You got a chance. Get in the game. 1.1 million. Women, it's 353,000 women that earn at least 100,000. Right? So you got a good chance in Texas. New Hampshire, 68,000. Women is 22. South Carolina, 128. Arkansas, 63. Ohio, 344,000. The number of women that earn is 117,000. That earn at least 100K. Tennessee, 182. Women is 62. Wisconsin, 169. New Mexico, I'm looking for the big numbers. All right, here we go. Washington, 391,000 men earn 100,000. 142,000 men earn 142,000 women earn 100K. Arizona 216. Florida, holla at your girl in Florida. 583,000 men earn 100,000. The number of women that earn 217,000. Right? Colorado 265. Number of women earning 99,000, almost 100. Pennsylvania, holla at me, 462,000 for the men, roughly about 463. For the women, 174, 173, 77, 8, 174. You want to know where the city's at? with $100,000 in that. You want to know where to network at? D can drop this link. These are the cities that you want to go start networking in. These are the cities that you want to go see what they're doing. How can you figure this out without even moving there? Meetup.com. Go check out conferences in the area. Go see what's going on. Go attend something virtual. Go on Facebook and look for groups. You want to network with the people in the area that's doing something, some way you may want to be, something else, go check it out. North Carolina, 309. Number of women earning at least 100,000 in North Carolina, 117. Georgia, 354,000 in Georgia for the men, 137,000 for the women. Nevada will skip over Illinois, 555,000 for the men, 218 for the women. Minnesota, 234,000. Tech Center, Minnesota, 94,000 for the women. We ain't gonna talk about Maine, but New Jersey, 568. These stats lined up with what we just saw. 568 for the men, 238,000 for the women. Connecticut, 203 for the men, 87,000 for the women. Virginia, 440,000 for the men, 196,000 for the women. Right? Massachusetts, 419 for the men, 195 for the women. So far we need to add Virginia and Massachusetts. You looking for networking. You're looking for what they're doing, right? You imagine making $100,000 over the next 10 years, right? 100,000. You're not gonna stay at 100. You're gonna do 100, 116, 105, 120, 130, 140, 150. You got to think about this as a long-term plan. You're looking at millionaires in 10 years. So you want to be in the mix. You want to come through stomping with the big dogs, right? You want to be in the mix. These are places where you go. This is where you go mix. I didn't say go commingle your funds. I didn't say that. I said this is where you go mix. Right? California, 1.9 million for men, 909,000 for women. Almost a million women in California make 100,000. Almost 2 million in California for men make 100,000. Go mix and mingle. Go be. Fly away, Clarice. Fly away. Right? Hawaii, no. Vermont, no. New York, 918,000 for the men, 478,000 for the women. You up top? You East Coast? You running with the woo? You want to bumble with the bee? Huh? Put a hex on your whole family. Hey, I'm just saying. Know where the money at? Let me do it. My little Kim. My little Kim. Hey, I'm just saying. Maryland, 340,000 for the men, 183,000 for the women, the DMV. So what they saying to me is don't live in DC, go live in Virginia and Maryland, and that's where the money at. Right? Because the DMV got 57,000. It's small anyway. Everybody live out and commute back in anyway. You said, what'd you say now? I'm trying to mix D-Linux links and TAM's on words. No commingling over here. That's right. And that was it. That was all of them. D can drop this link. Magnify money. Know where the money is at. Now you can take this one step further and go back and look at the other article that I talked about last year. Where are all the millionaires at? What cities has the most millionaires? What cities have the most millionaires? And then you can take that one step further and look at the cities that have, again, You look at these salaries. You're talking about people making 100,000 or more. You think about them making 100,000 over the last 10 years. They depending on how they do their money, right? In 10 years, they should have been a millionaire. In 10 years, they should have at least 500,000 in assets. You should at least own a house. You should at least have paid off something, right? I'm just breaking that down for you so you can see how this what we're talking about, where money flows, where is that. Don't be the statistic where you're $25,000 and less. Don't be that stat. You don't have to be that stat. You choose to be that stat. You don't have to be that stat. You're choosing to be that stat. All right. Sticking on the pay. Employers in these two states now post salary ranges for job listings. Millions of workers will now have more pay transparency. This came out January the 5th. California and Washington State have joined New York City and Colorado for requiring most employers to disclose pay ranges for job postings. We saw Washington State and California on the list. We've seen New York on the list. We didn't see Colorado on that list. We didn't see Colorado on that list. Right? So these two states have added job transparency. So some of you work remotely, and the location, it may be in California and it may be in Washington State. So now that question of what's the salary range you're looking for, it should already be posted. They should already have that posted for you. You should already know that. So let's do a little transition, and then we're gonna close off with a finance. Yeah, I could talk about that on the other one. I could talk about that on the other one. Okay, we could go into finance after this. So let's do this one, and then we're gonna go into finance, and then other stuff I could talk about on the other show. That's fine, because it coincides anyway. So I wanted to talk about this. We're gonna lead into not necessarily petty tea time, but just some information. I want to discuss this because this leads into something else. This leads into another topic. All right, so an investigation was launched after a flight attendant hopefully reportedly ordered to strip down to her underwear during a recruiting event. During a recruiting event, a flight attendant was asked to strip down to her underwear. I brought this up because I want you to understand what your rights are as a human being and as a person when interviewing for a job. Right? Let me blow this up. Oh, that little ad is getting in the way. So here we go. Spain's Ministry of Labor has launched an investigation after a group of female flight attendant hopefuls were ordered to strip down to their underwear so recruiters could physically check them for scars, birthmarks, tattoos, and unacceptable marks or defects. The alleged incident occurred at a hotel in Madrid, which was hosting an open recruitment for Kuwait Airways, but organized by a third-party agency, according to several victims who shared their stories of what happened with Spain's Diario. The victims had gone to Madrid's Barajas hotel, close to the city's main airport on November the 5th, 2022, Well, the Gulf-based recruitment agency, I guess Mesiti, had hired out conference rooms for what was essentially an open casting call for budding flight attendants. The open casting is a fairly common practice amongst the Persian Gulf airlines, where recruiters make whistle stop tours in cities around the world looking for the right candidate. Some airlines only recruit flight attendants, and recruiters are even sometimes given a list of physical attributes to look for. In this case, one of the females told El Dario that shortlisted candidates had been called into a room one by one where they were told to strip down to their underwear so their bodies could be examined. A 23-year-old victim who had been identified as Bianca said during the initial assessment that some candidates were overlooked and cast aside because the recruiter didn't like their smile or because they had pimples. She recalled how one of the recruiters ordered her to open her mouth and look inside as if I were a dog. He almost put his eye in my mouth to see my teeth. Bianca says the candidates made it through, and the initial call were then called into a room one by one where the recruiter looked them over. The recruiter asked Bianca to raise her dress further up her legs, but when she only lifted it to knee level, the recruiter lifted it all the way up to her panties. The dress had a zipper on the back, and she asked me to lower it to my waist, Bianca continued. I stayed in a bra. She said it was to see if we didn't have any scars, birthmarks, or tattoos. A 23-year-old victim named Marina said that young talented women were turned away because they had moles or tiny facial scars. Another was turned away because she wore glasses, and was turned away because she had braces. In an opaque world of flight attendant recruitment, getting rejected for having the wrong look is widely believed to be a commonplace, but it's incredibly rare for recruiters to verbalize these reasons for rejections. Most airliners no more require a scar or tattoo check in areas not otherwise visible while wearing the airline uniform. Even airlines that recruit overseas won't carry out these kind of physical checks in a third country due to varying employment laws. In this case, the Spanish Ministry of Labor has opened up an investigation and could refer this matter to a prosecutor office. The minister has described what happened at the recruitment event as intolerable behavior that violates the dignity and the fundamental rights of these women. It incurs discrimination in access to employment and collects data that is absolutely irrelevant to the selection process. All right. So I just want to put that out there because I wanted to say, do you know what your rights are when you go for an interview or when you're on the phone with a recruiter? Do you know what your rights are? Do you know that someone asking you if you're married or have children is a violation of your rights? Do you know that most of the time someone really asking you about what you made before in a job is none of their business? Do you know what your rights are? Do you know where to go look for what your rights are? Do you ask the question when you're on the phone? Like usually they'll have someone that'll guide you through the interview process, and then they'll say, "Hey, here is what you're going to be doing," and so forth. Do you ask that person what questions the people are able to ask? Do you understand the parameters? Do you understand the boundaries? If you don't, it would behoove you, especially you all that are junior or just starting to get into tech. You need to know what your rights are. What questions can be asked and what questions you can't ask in an interview process. So, what questions are off limits in an interview? right? Beware inappropriate interview questions, your race, your age, your marital status, whether or not you have children, whether or not you are planning on having children, your religion, your health, your gender, your sexual orientation, right? Um, and it says in some locations, your previous salary information. Does your spouse have a job or partner, right? It's none of that. It's not none of their business, right? And it gets even in some states too as well. There are different things that you can add. So look up per your state as well too, right? So I'm just giving you putting out there what you understand what your rights are as you do your interviews and understand what your rights are, what you can ask and what you can't ask as the interviewer. What can you ask and what can't you ask as the interviewer? Some of you volunteer too much information. We don't need to know all of that. I ain't asked you that. Stick to the facts. Stick to the subject. All right. So there's one interview that was done that I really thoroughly enjoyed that I would love to see you all in. And let me see if I can find this interview. Right. But let me pull this up, and then you're gonna see why we're having all these discussions about salaries and what your options are and what you're gonna do. All right, so let me switch over to this one here. Let me switch. All right, here we go. D, can y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that before we get into this? No, you can't hear. Okay, no here. All right, so let's get this on my other one. All right, so let's pull this over. It's about 8 minutes long. Let's get into it.
Here's a question that sadly sums up the situation for a lot of people. Where would you go if you couldn't afford your home anymore?
Could you move in with family? What if you're a parent? Where do you go that keeps your children safe and stable?
For many of our neighbors, it's not a scenario to simply imagine, it is their reality. Marlene Martinez shows us what it's like to have no place to call home.
Edwin Solis traveled a long way to get here. The husband and father moved from New York City to Central Florida.
This is a theater where they have live shows.
Where he's now a shuttle driver in historic Sanford.
Okay, that means you're going to party to the wee hours of the night. All right?
Edwin brought his family to Florida for a better life, saying they left New York to escape the gang violence plaguing his neighborhood. But what Edwin didn't know before his move down south, the coronavirus was about to upend his plans.
We were planning to buy a house, but guess who followed us from New York? The pandemic.
Edwin says he and his family moved into a rental house in Oviedo in 2019, and then into a rental in Orlando the following year.
How much was the rent there?
It was $17.95. But a year later, when he's talking about $500, and I said, whoa, man, that's like $2,600.
Rent was going up just as the storm was about to hit. The pandemic cut into Edwin's work hours, and then his wife had to take leave from her job for a knee replacement, so they couldn't afford a house anymore.
We moved into a roach hotel. Every time you went to eat, the roaches just came out. My bills backed up, everything backed up, because I'm paying. All I'm making is $700 a week. So I'm bringing home $600 and $500 for something is going to the rent. So all I got money is for food and gas. So I'm in a bind now. And I finally told her, I said, honey, we have to find a place to go.
So I'm in a bind, mate. Right? So again, we talk about this single income versus double income versus multiple sources of income. Now, I brought this in to highlight This could be you. It could be a family member. It could be someone you know. You could see someone in the street and that could be their thing. The question is, do you have a network of people or sources of income where you don't have to live like this? Right? And I'm showing you from perspectives of not my own, and I'm preaching to you just because I'm trying to scare you. I'm preaching to you because I want you to move. Stop shuffling your feet and run, right? Stop going side to side and go forward, right? Stop being on the sideline and get in the game, right? So I'm gonna get back to it, but there's three stories in here.
If something happens to me, we're going to get thrown out because I can't pay all of this.
So they made calls, and the Hope Place, a homeless shelter in Daytona Beach, welcomed the family with open arms.
This is my son's bed.
Edwin, his wife, and youngest son went from a house in Oviedo to 3 years later, piled into one room.
I swallow my pride. This is not what I want for my family. Sometimes I feel like a failure. Sometimes I feel like I let them down. But lucky for me that I'm connected to God and I pray.
We met Edwin in the shelter's prayer room. He's holding onto his faith, using that as motivation to save money in hopes of finding his family a new home before Christmas. A daunting task when he says the only affordable places he's found don't feel safe.
I don't want to go into these neighborhoods. You know, that's the reason why I left New York. I left New York because I wanted something better for my family.
According to the Florida Housing Coalition, while the state has seen a significant drop in homelessness over the past decade, there are still over 27,000 people experiencing homelessness on any given night.
There you go.
Donna Jones says that was almost the case for her.
He's like, what is she doing?
After moving from New York too. The plan was to find.
So let's dispel this myth. Stop moving to Florida and think it's cheap. It ain't. Stop moving to Florida and think it's cheap. It ain't. If you are working and you have these skill sets that require you to be in a restaurant or they require you to be labor intensive with your hands and on your feet every day, and you're gonna go work at a restaurant, you're gonna go do Uber Eats, you're gonna work at Publix, or you're gonna work, and then you think you're gonna be in a stylish, safe, secure neighborhood. It ain't happening. I'm trying to tell you, it's been like that for years. I don't know why people think that moving to Florida is gonna save you. It ain't. When I moved to Florida, my rent was $1,500. That was 2011. My rent was going up to $1,850 in 2013. They've been $2,000 a month. It's been that way. And it's and the rent in Florida went up, and the mortgage and stuff went up in Florida 30% over the last 3 or 4 years. So stop coming to Florida thinking that you could just get away, you could just skate by. Stop going through life trying to just skate by. It ain't no skating. Now you can go to Jackson, you can go to Jackson, Mississippi, you can go to Louisiana. It ain't happening. You come down south and y'all think y'all finna ball. Balling is over in Atlanta. Ain't no more balling. Ain't no more balling in Grant Park. Ain't no more balling in Atlantic Station, Midtown. Hell, even College Park got some higher end homes. I'm not a College Park fan, but I'm just saying. Anyway you live in Atlanta, you're gonna live on the outskirts and you're gonna commute back in. Don't think you're gonna go to Atlanta without a car. It ain't happening. You're gonna need some transportation. Don't go to Atlanta like you bopping, you diddy bopping with the people, and you coming from New York, you coming from Philly, you coming from Connecticut, and you like, whoa, they got transportation like they do up here. Ain't happening. You need a car. Don't take your ass to Texas if you need a car. You need a car in Texas. This ain't what you want. You ain't used to having them expenses. Don't bring your ass down south. I'm trying to tell you. Go live in Houston and try to catch the bus from end to end. Ain't happening. You're going to have to live in the vicinity of. Go to Dallas. There's a different North Dallas, South Dallas. Fort Worth, the outskirts of, you need a car. You need a plan. Don't take your ass down south on a Greyhound or Trailways or a train with a backpack, and then try to get down there and be like, I'm just going to get a job. No. Homeless shelter. Side of the road. Food shelter. Don't do it. Don't take your ass down there talking about I'm in Atlanta and you live in Norcross. Don't take your ass down to Atlanta and you talking about you live in Atlanta and you in Stone Mountain, Conyers, McDonough. Don't do it. I'm out in Cartersville, Canton. Don't do it. Don't do it. You get down there and you're going to be like, you're going to be in a rude awakening. Same thing if you take your ass down to North Carolina. Rude awakening. You going to be outside with your backpack. I'm just trying to tell you. Have a plan. Have multiple sources of income. Be prepared. Put your money up. Live a little, but put your money up. Right? That's right. Please do not come to Texas without a car. Don't come to Texas without a car. What'd you say, JM? A lot of these New York brothers say they tired from the city, but they moved to another major city in Florida thinking it would be cheaper and better. No, it ain't. It ain't cheaper and better. When you gotta pay, when your rent is $2,200 in some places in around Tampa, St. Pete, they 2,500, 3,000 for an apartment. DC, DMV, been 2,000, been 2,500, been 3,000. Go to Tyson's Corner and try to live. Go to Reston, go to Herndon, go out to Loudoun County. See if it don't break your ankles. Don't get your feelings hurt. That 100K you out there like I'm bopping with the big dogs. That 100K gets socked up real quick. Jim, I'm trying to. I was trying to be nice about that story with that guy and him moving down because I have so many questions. Did y'all not have no money saved up? Was you depending on the wife's income? What was you doing if you only making $700 a week? 7 times 4, 2,800. It's a minimum of 25, 2,000 to live in Florida. What was you gonna live at? What you thought you was gonna do? Did you qualify for a home? You was renting. You came down to Florida. You was gonna rent a home. Why you didn't come down to Florida to buy? Why y'all didn't save up no money? You didn't look at no plan. See, this is what I'm talking about. These financial plans. You just out here blindly following somebody. Like, where my Stevie Wonders at? Because that's what y'all be wanting. You're out here just blindly following. He said, we're going to go to Florida and it's going to save us. And now they living somewhere, not in Orlando, but in Daytona Beach, in a what? A shelter. In a shelter, and they got kids. What examples does that set for the kids? What's the mindset there? Yeah, that grit is going to make them probably better a little later on, or it might not. Just because you rent in New York and DC don't mean you got to rent in Florida. Houston, 1,800. Charlotte ain't cheap. I'm just putting it out there. What you gonna do? Have a plan. Fellas, listen. If you ain't got no plan for your life, stop dating. Don't bring no woman into your life if you ain't got no plan for your own. Get your own plan. Ladies, listen. If you ain't got no plan for your life, don't involve that man. Make a plan for your own life. Stop going around talking about, oh shit, if he and I get together, you know what I'm saying? You got a red dot on your head. Oh shit, you do too. Pop, pop, that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. Y'all gonna be both sitting up there with red dots on your head. That's right. Plan for your life, your own life. You need to be saving money. You need to be getting your skill sets up. You need to be putting things away, not for just a rainy day, just in case. Just in case. What do you want your life to look like? What legacy are you going to leave behind? And remember, just because you're single, men, just because you're single and don't have any children, don't mean you don't have nephews, don't mean you don't have cousins, don't mean you can't start a foundation, don't mean you can't create scholarships, doesn't mean you can't leave an impact on the world. It doesn't mean you can't leave an impact on your community. Who are you? What do you want to be remembered as, and who are you? You want to be that tower that's on the sideline, that's on the floor, or you what you want to do? What you want to be? Where you want to see yourself? Vasectomy is still a good cheat code for brothers that have no plan. I'm just telling y'all, look, stop going out here with no plan, and then you hope to make a plan with the woman, and then you change your mind about the plan, or she changed her mind about the plan, and now it's a problem. Have your own stuff. Have yourself together. Have your own stuff and have yourself together. If you got to eat ramen noodles for a year, which I don't recommend, then so be it. Well, have a plan. Don't eat ramen noodles forever. Have a plan. If you got to grow your own tomatoes and lettuce, then grow them. If you got to cut some costs, well, cut some costs. But have a plan. Don't rent forever. Please don't be a forever renter. If you're going to rent forever, at least have some property. If you're going to stay in an apartment, at least have 10 houses that you rent out. Or get a duplex, or get a hotel, motel. You heard him say they moved from a house to a roach motel. Have a plan. Let's get back to it.
Own place in Claremont.
The green bag empty?
But she's been living with her sister's son and grandson, because she says her disability check can't keep up with rising rent prices.
Now her sister, son, and grandson. So does the son have a kid? The son got a kid? Why he got a kid? What happened? What's going on? See, these are the things that I'm talking about right here. That's right. It is going to be your last year.
What I get is what I get, and I stretch it the best way I can. The third week of the month, I'm broke, waiting for the next check.
According to the Zillow Observed Rents Index,
what was she doing? Why your money gone in 2 weeks? You stretch it. Wait, what you doing? What did you do prior to that? I got questions. Are you on disability? Are you not able to work? Are you not? What's going on with you? Why is this happening? I got so many questions. What you doing? And if y'all know people like this, I'm gonna ask you the same questions. What are you doing to help them change their lives? What are they doing to help themselves change their lives? What's going on? Y'all out here, y'all going into these shelters and you thinking these shelters are safe and you thinking that they're gonna help you, and then you fall into this rut and you just stay there and you just stay there and you just stay there, and you look up and you sleeping on the grass and you in a tent and you living in tent city and you're living it like, come on now. What we gotta do to help you get there? What is it you gotta do to help yourself get there?
Across Florida skyrocketed during the pandemic, even doubling in multiple cities like Daytona Beach and Melbourne in less than a decade. Donna says she's thankful for help like the Lake County Food Pantry, neighborhood center of South Lake.
You got the rice? Okay, cool. Thank God this is really good for everybody.
And she's grateful to her sister Pam Daly, who's given her safe haven.
It really bothers me that nobody can find somewhere to live. You know, when they first get here, they probably could, but now it's too expensive.
It's nerve-wracking, it's frustrating, it's annoying, and sometimes I get mad.
With 3 generations living one roof, the sisters say finding affordable rent on a fixed income is impossible.
I'm just going to tell it like it is. The rent is sky high, and you can't afford it. I'm disgusted.
I kind of just had to live day by day.
It's a tough reality that Kelly Rowlandson faced with her 4 kids in Palm Bay this year. For a while, she pooled resources with her sister for a rental house too.
It was cheaper and easier. I wasn't able to afford living on my own at that time. So me and her, she's a single mom, I'm a single mom, and we just kind of got together.
But then the landlord decided to move back in, sending Kelly and her kids packing. She wasn't able to find another place with just her income. So they jumped from hotel to hotel.
It sucked, having to uproot my kids, my boys, multiple times, and having to explain to 2 little boys, you know, why we're living in a hotel.
See, all right. As you saw walking in, she had 2 girls too. And the first thing she said is up trying to tell my boys that we gotta go from place to place. What about the girls? You don't think it sucked for them too? You don't think it sucked for the girls to go from place to place? Well, again, everybody needs some quiet time and some space. In a hotel, it ain't like you divvying up the space in there, okay? It ain't like the hotel got 2 bathrooms. Y'all got 1 bathroom. You better get you got an efficiency. You cook it in. Is the room gonna smell like that? I mean, it's so many questions I be asking. Like, what is your plan? What are you doing? Was she married? I know she said she get child support. Maybe the daddy take 2 of the kids and she keep 2. Is he able to? I don't know. Does he want them? I don't know. I have questions. Why are we living like this? Why are we choosing? Why are these our options?
Children who are living in motels because their family lost housing are defined as homeless by the Department of Education. According to the Florida Housing Coalition, the state has seen a 122% increase in students identified as homeless in the last decade. With 1 daughter in basketball, another in cheer, and a son in football, Kelly says it's a challenge working to make ends meet.
It's impossible. I mean, it's impossible to live on your own. I mean, especially with kids. I make decent money. And even with my income and having 4 kids and receiving child support from their father, absolutely impossible to live in a home, to get a not income-based or government or subsidized house. Absolutely impossible.
Recently, Kelly caught a break. She just moved her kids into their new rooms after the Brevard County nonprofit Community of Hope covered their move-in costs and first month of rent.
Oh God, I can actually give my kids a Christmas. I can actually have a little breathing room. I can actually have a home to come.
Christmas is your own room. Christmas is your own room. That's what Christmas is.
Home to. I mean, my kids at one point, they didn't have anywhere to call home for 3 months.
Now, Kelly, Edwin, and Donna all have their eyes set on the future. Despite the uphill battle, they say they're determined to one day find a more permanent place to call home.
I mean, my kids keep me going. It's my kids that I do everything for.
I'm not going to give up. Blessings and miracles happen every day.
You have to have hope. You have to have faith. You have to have blind faith that things are going to get better. It's beautiful.
If you are on that,
I just wanted to show y'all that. The people out here literally living in their backpacks. Literally. Let me see if I can find my link. And we're going to get to it. All right. That's a good one, but that's not the one I wanted. Nah, that's a good one too. I'll bring them over here in a minute. But I'm looking for a specific type. Yeah, this is the one I want right here. Okay. So this our finance portion. This is when we want to talk about some good stuff here. All right. So what could those three people have done? What can they do now? What can they do now? What skills do they have now? What skills does he have right now? He's a driver. It looked like he's doing a shuttle bus driving. And it looked like he may be picking up the kids too if she just had surgery on the knee. So the kids are not able to get picked up and get to their stuff, or he's not able to pick them up and get them to where they need to be. What things can they do right now? If this was your situation, have you been here all these years, all these weeks you've been coming to Women in Linux, what would you be doing? What would you be doing? What plan would you put in place? How would you move about the cabin is the question. So you can change your life in not 2 years from now, but a year from now. What time are you setting aside for this? What are you teaching your partner, your wife, or whatever that's in this case? She's at home. Hopefully she's getting disability, hoping she's getting some type of assistance, but that may run out. He can't retire no time soon. Where they gonna retire to? They don't have nothing. They don't have anything. Right? What is this lady gonna do? She living with her sister. What is she gonna do? How long she gonna be there? If her money run out in 2 weeks, how long is she gonna be there? What skills does she have? Is she able to work? Did she have a stroke? What happened? James said, I don't understand why some of these people are struggling, but they decide to stay and live in major cities where everything is more expensive. Because they probably got family. Yep, the school bus drops the kids off at the hotel. If the parent goes to work, the kid probably got a key to get in the hotel room. So the kid may be in the hotel room by themselves because the parent gonna be at work, hopefully. So who are there with the kid? Who helping the kid study? Engineering cannabis, he ain't getting the earful from his wife. I'm gonna tell you why he not getting the earful from his wife. Because she moved down here, she moved down to Florida with him with that plan that he had. Because she believed in him, she trusted him. He said, I got you. He not getting the earful. She's like, you heard him say he putting in God's hand. She going with his plan, God's plan, his plan. And he was like, I'm just gonna keep the faith. Well, the faith took you from New York to a house, to another house, to a roach motel, to a whole new city, to a shelter. I don't know how much more faith you gonna have till you gotta put something stuff. She letting him lead. And that's okay. Let him lead if that's what she wants. But understand where we going. In his mind, he's like, ain't nowhere but from up from here. In my mind, if the shelter decides to kick you out, ain't no up. It's up out of there, but ain't no up. So again, I'm just showing you where the money was at. We showed you the cities where the $100,000 at. I showed you the stats of the women who make 100,000, the cities in which those women live where they're making 100,000. I also brought to you where people are headed. I did that last week when we talked about where we're going. We saw about the layoffs. We saw the ranges of salary. I even brought to you how other people are living. I showed you a gamut of things, right? So you got to pick and choose where you want to be. You want to be over here or you want to be over here? Do you want to be over here eating food and brushing off ants? Or you want to be over here and be like, give me the tomahawk steak and some fries. And, give me some potatoes. What you want? You know what I mean? What do you want to do? You want to be jet setting? What you doing? Right? You got to figure those things. What does life look like for you? What does that look like? You going somewhere, getting a tent and pinching up outside on some grass? You just saw it flooded over in California. You see it's flooding in California. As snowstorm came through. People got frozen in Buffalo. People lost their lives in cars, frozen in the snow, knocking on doors, they just frozen. Right? And it all go back to community. Why y'all not building with your people around you? Why y'all not building your networks with friends, family, low people in the area? You can't do this alone. You can't do this alone. And we're human. We weren't meant to be alone, right? So this is a good story. I want you to get a chance to listen to this. I'm gonna skip through her intro here, but it's a good story. It's called The Fine Phase. It's my girl Jill. And kind of skip through her.
Often it's usually somewhere
intro
little box that says you'd be willing to come on the air.
Launching our New Year's resolution.
Okay, here we go.
Of
somewhere between Florida and Maine. There you go. So,
all right, let's back up.
Joined by Kay and Eric. They are in, I'm going to just even mask it even more because they were making a joke about that. They live in a small place. They're in the mid-Atlantic. How about that? They are somewhere between Florida and Maine. There you go. So tell us what's going on. How can we help you out?
So thank you so much for launching our New Year's resolution for the next phase of what we're calling the fine phase.
So quick background. They both make a lot of money together. You'll hear her talk about in this video or in this soundbite how much she makes, how much he makes, and he was like, I ain't good at finances. She is, right? So shout out, straight talk, Jill. Yep, we about to do a Jill. It's our Jill moment. So I want you to listen to this from the perspective of what they were able to accumulate, and then listen to the fact that they both had high earning income and were able to do this together. And oftentimes in all these spaces, I hear, oh, the man has to go do this, da 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 da, and the woman need to stay at home and all this crap right here. But imagine a life where y'all both are able to contribute to your retirement and live how you want to live. Like I don't understand why not possible, but whatever. And then I got another petty one that I want to do. But here we go, straight talk with Jill. Let's get it.
So a little bit of background. Eric and I turned 54 this year. We're both professionals, a high stress job. And I'm actually committed to the concept of fine. There's some other things I'd like to do with my life experience and talent. And as we start looking at that transition, our final kid will be in college. We wanted to do a check because we don't want to do something dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been really boring. You tell us to save, 30% of our net income and dollar cost average and put it in an index fund. Well, that's what we've done. And so now we want to kind of give you the snapshot and what do we measure now going forward that we're transitioning?
Okay, that's fantastic. So tell us about your income levels. So you said you're both in high stress jobs. So let's start with you, Kay. How much do you earn?
About $225,000.
Wow. All right. And are you maxing out your retirement contribution?
Yes.
And are you doing the catch up also? So the extra money because you're over the age of 50?
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. How much money is in your retirement account?
So the 401ks total for Eric and myself, about $2.5 million.
Whoa, that's going far in the middle of the Atlantic coast.
All right, so they got 2.5 million in their 401k. They have one child. She earns 225,000 a year. So far so good. Everybody with me? Yeah, it's fine, not fire. It's fine. Right, it's fine. So again, together, she earns 225. He has a high salary. They got 2.5 million. They have a child who's, I think, on their way to college, and you'll hear more about what they put away for that child for college as well too. They did dollar cost averaging, and then they did index funds. With me so far? Put a 1 in the chat if you're with me so far. And this is two people working together who are married. You can do partnership however you want to, but we already seen that with the co-mingling thing. We already seen that with the co-mingling thing, right? All right, so let's go.
All right. And Eric is also maxing out his retirement, presumably. How much does Eric make?
175.
Is there other money?
All right, so 175 plus 225 is what? What's the quick math on that? 175 plus 225. What's the household income at this point? They're both 54 years old. 175 plus 225. What is that? About 400? 3 something, somewhere in there. Where we at? Somebody let me know. I didn't add it up. Dollar cost averaging. Yep, DCA. You can DCA your way in on Charles Schwab with slices. You can also do that on Fidelity. I forget what it's called on Fidelity. 400. Yep. And so like on Charles Schwab, you can go buy $5 worth of Apple. You don't have to go buy Berkshire and Hathaway. You don't have to go buy all of Berkshire and Hathaway. You don't have to buy one share. You can DCA your way in on the stocks, right? So maybe you take your $50 and you got a brokerage account and you just stick to the kings and aristocrats. Like I said, the ones that you know are paying dividends consecutively over the past 25 years and the past 50 years, and you DCA your way in on kings and aristocrats. You keep it very safe. You spend $5 here, you spend $10 there, you put $20 here, and you just DCA your way in. Or you go get an ETF and do the same thing as well, right? So again, how you spend your money however you want to. I'm just giving you what your options can be when you're doing that. So let's get back to Jill. So 400K. So we have 400K for a family of 3. And fractional shares. So what does that look like for them with a family of 3 and going forth? So we're gonna get they're gonna get more into what they've been able to accumulate, what they've been able to put away, and also what's their housing situation look like as well too. So let's go.
Besides the retirement assets that you've socked away?
Yeah, so we have about 2.1 million in a brokerage account.
Mark is laughing. Do you hear him giggle?
So they have 2.1 million in a brokerage account. They have 2.5 million in a 401k account. They have 2.5 million in a brokerage account. I mean, in a 401k and 2.1 million in a brokerage account, right?
Okay, this is awesome.
Knowing where they live, they must live like royalty.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
We live well beneath our means. It's
Obviously
that kind of place, and we're very blessed that way.
Also, we follow directions really well. We really have been saving and dollar cost averaging. And because we listened to your show, Jill, we've been socking away cash. So we have about 230,000 in cash.
Wow. All right. Well, you mentioned some kids. So how old are they and where are they?
So they are 17, almost 18, and 19. So I have a sophomore in college and a high school senior.
Okay. And the sophomore in college, have you saved money for college, or are you paying through cash flow?
No, so we've saved it. We've got about 200 for each kid saved.
So they got 3 kids and they got $200,000 saved for each kid. That's $600,000 that's in a 529 plan more than likely. 2.5 million in their 401k and 2.1 million in a brokerage account. Tell me y'all can't make it out here like that. They are blessed to have a partner who's on the same page with being disciplined to actually follow the plan. Exactly, to follow the plan. But you need one. I got to agree on it. And if you, again, I liken this to football, right? I liken this to football. I've said this before. This is how I look at relationships and marriage, right? In particular marriage, right? And I'm going to use Tom Brady or any quarterback for that matter. We're going to use football as the example. When they're during the week, they are practicing plays. They have play calls. And guess what? Every member of that offensive line, every member on that offense knows exactly where they're supposed to be. So if Tom Brady or any quarterback, we can use Mike Vick, calls an audible, those players along that line make the adjustment. That running back makes the adjustment. Those receivers, those tight ends make the adjustment. Why? Because they know the plan. They know where they're supposed to be. They understand their assignment. They understand what they're supposed to do. What I hear is online is y'all treat marriage like defense. Y'all treat marriage like defense. So if Tom Brady calls an audible, y'all scrambling around, switching up, trying to figure out what it's gonna be, and you're guessing. That's what I hear online is y'all treat marriage like defense when you need to be treating marriage like offense. So I go to Tom Brady, go to the huddle, he called Omaha, whatever. And the players make their adjustments, right? Oh, okay. We doing this, we doing that. But they know they have practice. They know what the calls are. They know the plan. And so when it's time to make an adjustment, they can. Now, why do I mention it that way? Sometimes in marriage and relationships, you got to call an audible. But don't call an audible on a play that I don't even know what it is. You can call audibles in marriage. You can put your foot down and say, this is what we're going to do. But at least you got, this is plan A. If plan A don't work, we're going with plan B. If plan B didn't work, we're going to C. Now y'all be calling audibles, ain't no plan. It's gonna happen when it happens. It's gonna work itself out. You just gotta trust me. It's gonna work itself out. Yeah, 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 yeah. I hear that before. I heard it before. Yeah, yeah, yeah. JM says, "How is a son going to learn the value of work and money if everything is going to be paid for by their parents?" It depends on how they raise them. It depends on work ethic they put into them. It depends, JM. Just because you have the money that the kids don't learn work ethic, that's not necessarily true. They just learn a different type of work ethic. They just learn a different type. Let's get back to it.
Whoa. Is that going to be more than you need? Are they going to, well, is sophomore in state school?
Yeah, she's in state school and probably looking at grad school. And the younger one has aspirations of becoming an orthodontist. So
wait a minute, stop right there. Who has a child who wants to be an orthodontist? You must have had an amazing orthodonture experience if your kid wants to be one. I had a horrible one.
So I have to tell you, because that kid has had one of everything wrong with her teeth, starting from the day she was born, her philosophy is, I can guide anyone through it.
Oh my God.
Now I'm gonna skip forward.
My thumb till I was very too old. My teeth, it was awful, painful.
Talk about herself.
Fights with my hair. Hysterical that I'm actually on in a profession where people care about your teeth. And by the way, I also got and I have a dental, did quote unquote not believe in Novocaine. So I had all the cleaning. I'm like, I need the game plan
to really start focusing on what my next position would look like. Also because, again, we don't want to make dumb mistakes going forward if we're not saving as much, or if we need to be diffusing the tax time bomb, or all these things that we hear about that we know we need to do, but we don't really know the steps to address it. So I need to take a lot of varied experience, start focusing a search, a location, and just to throw a little bit of a wrinkle, there is a possibility we would want to geographically relocate, maybe not necessarily retire where we are right now.
Okay.
Maybe a slightly larger area, not big, but it would, because we do live in a low cost area, we would be assuming a cost, even though we paid, the house is paid for.
How much is it worth?
Probably about $230,000.
Are there pensions with these jobs?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so their house is paid for, worth about $230,000. They live below their means. They got 3 kids that are potentially going to school. They've saved up $200,000 per kid. They have $2.1 million in a brokerage account, and they have $2.5 million in a IRA and 401k, and then they also have a pension as well too, right? So, and I think the pension may be the 401k, just to clarify that. But we're about to find out more, right? We're about to find out more. And I'm just trying to show you the contrast. We saw 3 people who were displaced. They didn't have a place to live. One guy was married. The other 2 were single. I don't know if the last lady was divorced, or maybe they was in a partnership or something like that, because they got 4 kids and she looked like she had a kid possibly by a black man or what have you. That's what it looked like. He could have been Hispanic, right? He could have been anything. However, she has 4 children that she's trying to account for, and not sure where she's going. They live from hotel to hotel as well too. On the other side of this, we have a couple who has 3 kids. They live in a house that's paid for that was $235,000. They have 2.1 million in a brokerage account, 2.5 million in a 401(k), 200,000 is put away for each one of the kids, and the house is paid off. So we see the 2 drastic, like one couple over here is doing very well, they're doing fine, and then we got a set of people over here that's not doing okay. So now the question that comes is, what's the difference between the two, between all of them? Is it skills? Is it opportunity? Is it understanding where money is flowing? What was going on? What was the plan? 2 people moved down to Florida. Looked like the other lady may have already been in Florida. What was the plan? Did they have a plan in place? What does that look like? Do they understand finances? Do they understand their skill sets and how to gain more more money with their skill sets? What does that look like? I'm assuming these two people that are 225 and 175, I'm assuming they're probably in tech. I'm assuming they're tech adjacent to something, maybe even lawyers and doctors, right? But it's pretty high stress. I'm gonna probably go with tech on that one. So that's where we're at. That's what we're looking at. You see the vast, right? Now, some of you are not over here and you're not over here. You're here. And you can go either way. Some of you are here and you can go this way or you can go that way. You got to figure out if you're going to be here and it's going to be your lane and you're going to ride this out. How do you prevent yourself from going here? Where you're not in a homeless shelter, where you're not going to the food shelter waiting for someone to deliver food or it to open so you can have some food for the week or whatever the case may be, right? How do you prevent that in your life? If your job got taken away today, would you be there? Are you one check away from homeless? Are you one check away from having your car repossessed? What does that look like? So let's get back to it.
Brilliant. Okay, tell us about the pensions.
So I have a residual government pension from a previous job that's probably going to be around $2,100 a month. And Eric is going to have two pensions. He's going to have a state pension and a federal pension. And his state pension right now is probably going to be about $1,500 a month. And you can explain your federal pension.
It depends on the years of service, but if I left at age 57, it would be about $1,500 a month. If I make it to age 60, it boosts all the way up to $3,000 a month.
All right, so they have a pension outside of all the other stuff that we talked about. She's going to get about $2,100 a month from that pension. It's probably going to roll over. It's probably just a pension. He's got two pensions, one, that's going to come out. So we're not even talking about the drawdown that that they could do from that 401k or that brokerage account that they have as well too. That's leverage. And I forgot, they got $235,000 that they have sitting in cash in an account. So the $235,000 that they got sitting in cash is probably in a money market account or what have you. And it's still, if the kids get scholarships as well too, they still have, if they wanted to, they could give it to the kids so they can keep for themselves. It's their money. It's $200,000 as well too. So you see the difference here of having that plan, following the plan, talking to tax planners and tax strategists, sticking to the plan that you have. If you're gonna call an audible, make sure you got a plan B and each other know what that plan B is, so you both can make adjustments to plan B. Not somebody making an adjustment and then looking at you like, what you doing, to cause an argument, and it's gonna take probably a year for you to adjust in order to get on that plan. Does that make sense to everyone? Put a one in the chat if that makes sense. Definitely they're in tech, state, and Fed pension. Yeah. I kind of figured they probably state, probably some state, federal, probably some federal job that they had a pension, right? Or it could be an older company too. Could be an older company. I highlighted last week the 15 top pension companies out there. Pepsi was one of those. I think we talked about Pepsi. It was I don't know if Honeywell has one. I forget all that whole list, but go back and look at last week's thing where I talked about it. It says, I bet their kids would be financially savvy enough to earn money from college to lessen their dependence on their parents. Sure will. I bet you they probably aim to get some scholarships to go along with this. Aim to get some scholarships to go along with that, so they can keep that, so they can have that nest egg of 200,000 as partially as a down payment to buy a duplex, right? So they've set their kids up right now, and I didn't hear anything about real estate in here that I recall, because I binged like 30 different ones. but I don't recall them talking about real estate that they have may have purchased or shown their kids how to purchase. But I'm just showing you what it could look like, what this could look like, what we could be living like, right? Instead of what we're arguing like.
Big difference. Let's see if you may not even need to. Okay, so today, under where we are today, living where you live, what do you think your expenses are?
So we spend about $10,000 a month.
Okay.
On everything.
Okay. And if you move to a different area, maybe that would be $12,000 a month. What do you think?
So we're actually grappling with that because right now a lot of what we spend a month is related to travel, sports, and stuff to do with the kids that we wouldn't necessarily pay for.
Mm-hmm.
And we're assuming that we're going to continue to spend the same because it'll be like dating with money this time. So we're kind of stuck at the 10,000. And what we thought we might do is have like that oh crap fund, like if something came across, you had to replace the refrigerator or something like that.
She cracked me up when she said that the oh crap fund in case they need to replace the refrigerator. You got $235,000 sitting in liquid cash. Go use that. Go use that, right? That's, or get a warranty on it and have the warranty people come out, right? I don't know. I didn't buy that part of it. I just didn't buy that part.
To kind of even it out until we really understand how much it does cost us to live.
And Kay, when you said your pension of $2,100 a month, when would that crank in? What timing is this?
62.
62. Okay. And Eric's state pension, was that also a 60 or 62, or is that a now?
It's a 62.
Eric, what is your ideal when you think about it? Like, is it 60? What's your really like in your heart? Pretend she's not sitting there next to you.
In my heart, I can go as soon as 3 years and 10 months, but it's very punitive. And I don't like the idea that if I leave early that they permanently reduce your pension. Then I would be first eligible in 20 years. So to answer your specific question, I like running the numbers at making it to age 57 when I would be eligible for a somewhat reduced pension. That's the first number we gave you. So in my heart, I probably will go to 60 just because I can't stand to leave that much money on the table.
Me too. And I of course don't have to do your work, but I felt the same way when you gave me the 15.
All right, so he's gonna work until 60. She's gonna stop now. She's 54. Do things while you have the mindset to do it. Do things while your mind is okay to do it, while you're able to be healthy, while you're able to go up and down the stairs, while you're able to get in and out of that car, while you're able to get in and out of the off the plane, on and off the plane, while you're able to walk through the airport, while you're able to have enjoy the fruits of your labor and to enjoy the people around you, and people enjoy you. It's nothing like being with someone and they're just miserable all the time, especially if you go on vacation where they don't do nothing but sit in the room, close the door and sleep, and they're miserable and they're depressed and everybody's out to get them. Nobody cares or loves them, right? You don't want that, right? Sim says 10 to 12K a month, 12 million with a 1% drawdown would get them close to 120 year in retirement. Yep. So let's go.
To 3,000. Mark, I'm sure, was feeling that way. Now, the other thing is, though, I mean, if it's 60, then you're kind of stuck where you are for 6 more years. Kay, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. Like, as long as you're doing your thing, like you do your.
Kay's like, I'm about that bread. If he got to work 6 more years for us to have this money, bruh, go on and work. Bruh, go and do your thing.
You do you, Eric. I'm going to go find myself in my fine environment, right?
She's worked harder than me. She out-earns me for the vast bulk of her career, so I defer to her.
Okay, so let's just do this like how we can try to do it. Let's say you're going to work for another year, okay? So now, Kay, you're 55 and you're done working at this current job. Whatever you do next, are you going to go on a Buddhist retreat for 5 years, or do you think you'll make some money? Those are the only choices you have.
No, I'll make some money.
What's the least amount of money you could imagine making from, say, 55 to 60? Like, how much a year would you say, like, oh, this is like a slam dunk? I can make blank a year.
75.
What if I even say 60? I'm just going to say 60 for the help.
9 times out of 10, she's probably in tech. That she goes to retire. She can do consulting. You can look on Indeed right now. Even as a Linux administrator, if I decided to retire right now, sell off everything, reduce my expenses, and retire and go get a job making $40 an hour, 1099, and just chill, I can do that. What you have to look at what your skill sets are going to allow you to do when you do decide to retire. Because some people retire and then they go back and get just a part-time job just to keep their mind going, keep their mind healthy, keep their, just to get out the house to do something. People make jokes about people working at registers at Target and Walmart. I give you this story right here. This is when I worked at Value City off of Windy Hill in Marietta. This black lady came in one day and she was working. And she got hired and she came in working and she worked in the tour department with me. And she had a low haircut and everything. And I just got to talking to her and she was like, you got to come hang with me one time. You got to come out with me one time. I was like, okay. And I used to go outside and walk around in the parking lot and I come back in and I saw that I saw a car outside. And I was like, what is that? I was like, who got that sports car? I was like, it's here all the time. They said, I'd be somebody's sports car. Like, who is that? So I went outside, walked around. I'm like, man, whose sports car is that? And so somebody had said who it was. It was the lady that I was working with. And I went back in. I was like, is that your car outside? She was like, yeah. I'm like, what you do to have that car, but you work here at Value City? She's like, girl, I come in here just because it's fun and I want to get some discount on some clothes and I want to get some stuff out of the houseware department for my house. And I just needed something to do. And I was 21, 20, maybe 22, 20. I was probably 20, 21. And I said to her, I said, what are you? She said, I'm retired. And she was like, girl, she said, I bought that car. It was a Viper. She had a Viper. She's like, I bought that car because she was like, every time I would go to the dealership, they'd tell me women don't buy cars like that or you can't afford a car like that. She's like, this car paid for in cash. And she was like, girl, you know what's coming up? I was like, no. She's like, Freaknik. I was like, oh, okay, word up. I think you gonna go to Freaknik. She was like, we going to Freaknik. She's like, you gonna come with me. When you get off of work, bring your clothes with you. Come to my house. I want you to meet my daughter. She was like, we gonna get dressed. She's like, girl, I saw some little cute shoes over there in the shoe department, and I'm gonna get my clothes. Make sure you get you a fit. And we going to Freaknik. And I was like, okay. And she was about 42 at the time, retired. She had been in the military. She had then traveled all over. She was like, I already got myself set up. She said, my retirement is good. She was like, I can do anything I want to. And at the time she was like, look, work hard and put your money up, but invest your money. Then she told me that then. And she told me at that time, she was like, babe, she was like, I don't have to work no more. Like, I come in here because it's fun and it give me something to do. My daughter in high school going out. And so she was like, yeah. And at 42, back in the 90s, she had already had $5 million put away. And I was like, how the hell she get $5 million? What she do? What you do? What the dope man done sold me? So I took my clothes with me. I'm going out in the Viper. I'm young. I'm a tenderoni. Going out. Shit. Truth about a Roni. She's a sweet little girl. Yeah, I'm going out. She in the Viper. We got the hood off. We riding through freaking air. You know, back in the 90s, didn't nobody care if you didn't have on no makeup. All you needed was some lip gloss. A lip gloss and a smile. Well, you can say lip gloss, big button, smile. You can do all that. But anyway, in the 90s, didn't nobody care about all that, right? And so we pulled up. She was like, I was like, where we gonna go? She was like, we just gonna go. We just gonna go. And so we went out, we rolled up to a spot. And she was older, so I was 20. So you know, I'm 20, 21, looking at guys that's 40, 45. I'm like, I don't know about that. Don't they got worms? They got worms. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So we go out, we pull up to a spot, and she was like, and they had a line around the corner, and I was like, oh, I said it's a long line. I was like, they look like they got a VIP section. I was like, but you know, to break the line, I was like, I ain't gonna go in. And so she's like, girl, I ain't standing in no line. I was like, oh, okay, I'm rolling with you. So what I'm supposed to do? She was like, girl, the owner is my friend. I already got us a spot. We already got us a table. So we go in, rolling with the OG. We go in, we got us a table. Next thing you know, the owner come over. He was like, we got wings coming over for y'all. We got flowers coming over for y'all. You know, this back in the day where y'all buy flowers at the club. He got flowers coming over to the table. We got wings, we got drinks. I'm like, is this what retirement is like? Is this retirement? She's like, girl, she's like, I already done took off work for next week. She's like, I'm partying all weekend for Freaknik. And then after Freaknik, I'm going on vacation, girl. I'm about to go out. I'm about to go travel. I'm about to go hit my cruise. After my cruise, me and my baby girl, we're going over to Paris. I'm taking my child. We're going international. She's like, you got a passport? I was like, no, I don't have one. She's like, you need to get you a passport. Every woman should have a passport. You should have a passport. You should be ready to go. And I was like, oh, okay, OG, triple OG, triple OG, right? So I like what we selling. That's right. Every what we doing? Balling. What y'all celebrating? Balling. We just balling. That's it. Right. So, but I'm saying this to you is this. That's my experience. Listen to them. They are 54. She was already retired. She was already retired at 45. What do you want your life to look like? What do you want to be? Like, what do you want to do? Right? What do you want that to look like for you? And retirement doesn't have to be at 60. Retirement could be at 40. Retirement could be at 30. But understand, you got to have money for the rest of those years. And some of you may retire at 30 or 40 or 50, and then you may take yourself and do consulting or part-time work just not to eat off the money that you have, right? You don't want to continue to eat off that money that you have, right? So just giving you options right here. Saying what you say, the pandemic showed is how foreign nationals treated. Oh yeah. That was before I was introduced to Patty T. Let's get back to it.
That I don't want any pressure on you. Now, Eric's still making his 175, right? From 55 to 60. Right. You can cover your needs. You can get your kids through school. You're like done, right? So essentially what we're saying, from 55 to 60, you got plenty of money. You can float your needs. You can keep stockpiling some money. There's no debt to pay down. But the pressure's off you, Kay, at this point, and you can do what you want. And everything is fine. And you don't even have to worry about putting money into the retirement account. I mean, the $2.5 million that you guys have socked away, I presume it's pre-tax, right?
Yeah, we only have $350 in a Roth, so the rest of it's pre-tax.
Okay. So then, Mark, let's work this through. Is it
So truth be told, it's 350 in a Roth and 2.5 in the thing. So they actually got away. They got 2.8 million put away. 2.8 million put away.
Conversion worth it, or should we just start pulling money out of these accounts to live on from age, say, 60 to 70?
That's what I would do. Yeah, they got about, they're going to have, well, who knows, it may even go higher, but they're going to have a lot of years to pull money out and reduce those RMDs.
Yeah. So what we're talking, like, there is a case to be.
RMDs, required minimum distribution. That usually happens when you hit about 72, that you got to pull down from these tax deferred accounts, and you got to pull them down every year. So depending on what it is, and when you pull the money out, it's going to get taxed on that money. So it depends on how that works, right? So just understand that when that happens, you got to do it, right? And usually the goal is when you get that money pulled down, when you pull that money down, you want to put that money somewhere where it still is working. Not necessarily, you can't put that money back into a tax deferred account, but you will want to put that money into a money market account, or somewhere that's going, or CD or a bond or something like that, that's going to have some money, have that money working for you while you're doing it, while you're sitting there.
You should convert. Okay. It's just that it soaks up the money that's in that brokerage account. We got to spend your money down. I don't know if you're going to feel great about that. I don't feel so great about that because I don't know where you're really going to land. So that would then mean, of the 2 million or so, more than $2 million that's pre-tax. I think what I would suggest is that in a year, UK, whatever you make, you're not putting any more money into retirement. I'm not even so sure. Should Eric put money into a pre-tax retirement account, Mark?
Pre-tax? No.
I don't think so either.
Don't see. This is why I like listening to Jill, because she was like, should he put more money into that pre-tax account for what? Right? You socked enough away. Now you need to just take that money and put it somewhere else. Go DCA. They've been DCAing their way into stocks and stuff. Go do that. Go do some bond laddering. Go do some CD laddering or something like that, where he can still be liquid or whatnot. But I wouldn't keep putting it behind, as we like to say, a paywall where you got to pay to get it out. Right? They've already maxed that at. I'm listening to Jill on the Money. Jill on the Money. I'll post the link inside the chat.
We have to stop with your pre-tax stuff. I think that what happens is that for the years of 55 to 60, you guys this is, again, we don't know what's happening tax law wise, but let's pretend everything is the same. Live as you live from 55 to 60 with no pressure on putting money into your retirement accounts. I would instead pay whatever taxes due and pop it in the brokerage account. Or if you wanted to put some money away, put it in the Roth, okay? And just make that Roth. Now, from age 60 to 62, right? Because we haven't started receiving any pensions, or actually I should say that your Eric's pension starts at 60. So then we have $3,000 a month from 60 to 62. And then you fund the difference by pulling money out of your retirement accounts to live on and pay the tax along the way. This is going to be so hard for you guys. I'll tell you why, because you're the types of people that know how to put money in. You don't know how to take money out.
This is true.
Right? We're going to have to set it up so that, let's just pretend it's like the beginning of your 60th year, right? You're 59, 60 years old. You look at your retirement accounts, your pre-tax accounts, and we know that you need, let's say you need $7,000 net out of that, in addition to your $3,000 a month from Eric's pension. Okay. So
they draw down, they're going to pull that, they're going to make that 10, 12, 14 a month easily for retirement. And their money is still working for them. Now, remember, he still got pension that he's got to draw down later on when he's 62, which is an additional $3,000. And then he also has a state pension. So he's got a state and federal pension. And then remember, now they still got that $200,000 per child sitting probably in a 529 plan that's making some money. and depending on the age of their child and what they do and scholarships and so forth, they still have other monies to play with, right? They still got other monies to play with.
You're going to probably need to have you take about, let's call it 120 grand in your retirement accounts and put it in cash. And you're going to set something up at the beginning of the year, and you're going to say 10 grand a month is coming out of this account and going into our checking accounts. You're going to make it an automatic transfer, and you're going to treat it like it's income to you, like you pretend you're going to say, oh, I'm just paying myself. This is great. You're going to turn your retirement account into an annuity. If I have to rely on you to just pull the money out when you need it, you won't spend the money. And that's not good. That's not the whole point of this. The point is that you have built this huge cash account. It's sitting in the ATM. And all we're doing is automatically making sure it comes to you so you can spend it and have money and have fun. You'll have 3 grand a month that's taxable. You'll take 10 grand from the retirement account a month. You make sure that money is in cash. You probably want 2 years. You're probably going to need, at the beginning of your year that you turn 60, you are going to need to have like probably 250 grand in cash. You want 2 years in cash so you have it, or maybe a year. It's really up to you. I just need to make sure you take that money out. And every year you are going to make sure you pull money out of this account. And the amount will change when you're 62 and those 2 other pensions come into play. And you're going to reduce that amount. But basically, between age 60 and 70, you're going to use the money that's in the pre-tax account to live on. You're going to pay the tax that's due. And that's it. And you're going to claim your Social Security when you're 70. And we leave the option to come back and have.
And I forgot about that. So the reason why she's telling them to take the pre-tax is because she's trying to get the RMDs off of that money. And also she's trying to lessen the blow on the Roth conversion, right? Because they're probably in a 401k, but not a Roth 401k. Well, no, they was in a Roth 401k because they had 350,000 in it. So she's trying to lessen that blow on that conversion, right? From that money from being pre-taxed to the Roth. So they trying to lessen that blow. That's number one. Number two, the fact that they still, which I totally forgot about. They're going to collect Social Security probably fully. She's probably going to take it at 62. He's probably going to take it fully at 70 because he's going to work some more years. So when they go take their money, if they take it at 70, they're probably going to pull about 4,600. If they take it any earlier, it'll be around 2,500. But they don't like to leave money on the table. So they're going to probably take it at 70 at 4,500 a month a piece. 4,500 a month a piece. So that's an additional 8,000 upon the 10,000 that they're already automatically drawing down, plus his pension, plus her pension as well too. So they're gonna reach well beyond the 14,000. So let's do the numbers. So they automatically got to do 10. Then I'm looking at it at 70. They automatically got to do 10. They're gonna probably get 4,500 a piece from Social Security. So that's 8,000. So that's 18,000. And then they still have those 2 pensions, and one of them is getting 2,100, and somebody else is getting something. So we're looking at about $20,000 a month when they hit 70. So they better go live now, because when they hit 70, they don't want to be, that's big money at 20,000 a month. You keep saying go Eric, but she done made more than him made the plan. They have been focused on saving, and they don't have the habit of active and they don't have the habit of active investing. Yeah. They will be in a high tax bracket, Sam, but if they were smart, they would be getting with a tax strategist to combat that. And this is where the brokerage account comes into play, because now we can do loss harvesting on that brokerage account for those losses to accommodate for some of that taxes. So that's why they have that brokerage account, because they took some losses here in 2021, and they're going to take some losses over time. So that brokerage account is going to help offset some of that tax strategy there, that they may, that tax hit that they may be at for the bracket. And if so, they may uh, use the purchase of a home or something else to for real estate to offset that as well too for property depreciation of property, right? No, Sam, you don't need no sugar mama. You just need to find somebody that's good with the sugar. You need to find somebody that's good with the sugar.
You guys come back on the air if something changes, like tax brackets change or your plans change, anything that changes, we're here for you. But this is so perfect. You can do this. There is nothing here that scares me about where you are. What scares you guys?
Actually, I feel so much better just listening to you lay out the process because I can follow the directions. That makes me feel a lot better. And now we have a plan, and I feel like a weight has lifted. Thank you.
Mark, I'm a dream maker.
All right, so there you have it. She was able to come up with a plan for them, and at the same time, with her coming up with a plan for them, she's actually able to come up, also leave them happy as well too, right? On things that they can implement and things that they can do. So I enjoyed that one. That one was one of the ones that I thoroughly enjoyed listening to, because you can listen to the breakdown of it. Again, that tax bracket and the tax thing, they're gonna have to find something else. They probably gonna have to sit down and come up with a plan for that, so they don't get that taken away from them. D, you are we still doing the next show? Okay. D is like, no, we ain't doing no. What this said. We ain't doing the next show, D. Look how she didn't even nope, she didn't overwhelm them. Right. I posted that link out there. This one I want y'all to go listen to. I think I dropped it in the chat before, but this is a good one for you all to listen to. Let me see if I can find it on here. What begins with contains. Oh, I don't have it here. Well, anyway, there's a show that she did where it was the grandmother, and the grandmother had, I'm looking for it. It's not that far back. The grandmother had $6 million that she needed to divvy up amongst her kids, and the kids were arguing with her about who was going to get more money than the next one, and she was worried about how she was going to divvy it up to her children, because she didn't want to cause any type of issues with them in terms of retirement. When she passes away, and so it was an issue with that, because the son was like, I don't want any problems, but the girls was like, you gonna have problems. And she wanted to leave money to the grandkids, and basically the children sounded like, F your grandkids. It's all about us. And she had a house that was worth 1.2 million, and it was already paid for. And so I was listening to it, and I was like, she was asking what can she do to prevent the fallout amongst the siblings, and then being able to leave that money to, here it is right here, leave that money to her grandkids.
You don't know what to do. Make sure you don't mess it up. Or maybe you've gotten yourself into whatever the
Trying to get it to where they start talking.
Linda did. Linda is on the line from Minnesota.
Hi. Basically, I have 3 kids. 2 are single, and my middle child is married with the 3rd child on the way. And discussions have come up over 2 things. One, gifting of money, because I've been able, because they have a family, to gift them more money recently than my other 2 are getting. And then the issue has come up about the discrepancy in the amount of money one family is getting over the other 2. And the other question is the will that they feel. I had told them, I try to be open with my kids about money. I had told them I plan to leave them each an amount, and to leave them each an amount to each of the grandchildren, hoping, of course, that I don't die in the near future. I'm 69. But they
All right, she's 69 with $6 million.
take an issue with that and feel that it should just be even Steven.
So they feel like the money should be divided up evenly, even though the son is the one with the kids. Do you think that's fair? Should the money be divided up evenly, even though the son has kids and the 2 daughters don't have kids? Should it be divided up evenly, or should he get more because he has kids, and then should the 2 women who don't have kids not get it? So let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the chat. Should she divide this up evenly and let the chip fall where it may? And he got to figure out what it is. And then the other 2 children are, left with whatever that is. Fighting over mama's money. That's right. Should they get penalized for being childless? Yes. I think personally that she should okay. Let's do this. I would say divide it up evenly, but take a portion out of what you're dividing up and only leave that for the grandkids. That's where it's even across the board for them. And then whatever portion she gonna leave for the grandkids, she leave for the grandkids. That way it's even across the board and the grandkids get something. It's $6 million. See, Afri is with me. Most D and Sim are heartless out here. They don't want to leave that for the grandkids. Oh, y'all heartless. But see, here's the problem with leaving it up to the father to leave for the grandkids. You assume that he gonna do the right thing. You assume he gonna do the right thing. He may not do the right thing. He might be like, y'all got a mama. This my mama. Y'all got a mama. This my mama. Heather G, you saying F them kids too? F them grandkids too? Oh, y'all heartless out here. Y'all gonna take from the little witty babies? From the little babies? They came late to the party. Oh, y'all heartless. Y'all cold as ice out here. Y'all gonna take from the babies? Oh, what the dope man that sold me. I'm a grandkid and had to learn the hard way. We ain't got no rights. No.
How do you feel about that?
Well, my preference obviously is to leave something to my grandchildren, and even my son that has the children is willing to say 1/3 is fine because he doesn't want to have any family strife.
Okay.
So I guess, I should go along with that. I have problems because I do want to leave things to existing grandchildren because they need help with school tuition and things like that.
Gotcha. It is your money, after all. So I know that we all try to kind of maintain the family dynamic and hopefully not make anyone feel hurt or upset. How much money do you have, Linda?
I have about $6 million.
Okay. So there are 2 grandkids or 3?
There are 2.
I like how she said, I have about $6 million.
with a third on the way.
Oh, how exciting, Grandma. Okay, so I think that there's lots of ways to skin this cat. One could be that instead of you gifting to the grandkids, you said there's private school that they're going to, right?
Yes.
Well, first of all, instead of giving a gift to them, you could just pay the private school tuition directly without anybody really knowing. I don't really necessarily think that the other kids have to know every single thing you're doing. And you could do that and be outside of the gift tax exclusion, because when you give directly to the institution, it doesn't count as a gift. You're just making a payment. So that's one idea. The second idea is to say that maybe today, while everyone needs extra money, or maybe today you say, I'm going to make these gifts, but you might want to equalize things upon your death, where you say, hey, we'll keep track of all of this, and that when I die, the two single kids might get a little extra money, and leave it at that. That's kind of where they get the benefit.
That's what I had suggested. And I think they are questioning my bookkeeping, but I guess I wondered how to do that, like write that in a will.
So when she said that they questioning her bookkeeping, are they questioning what she putting aside, what kind of money she got? How you gonna question my bookkeeping? I'm leaving you something behind. Don't question my bookkeeping. You just better be glad I ain't leaving it to my cats. Don't be questioning mine. What? Back up. Yeah, we gotta open it up soon, Clinton. We gotta open up the one-on-one soon, right? You don't question my bookkeeping. So what you gonna do? What you trying to do? Call results on my bookkeeping? And what I don't know is, did the dad leave her this money, or did she inherit this money through time or what have you? I don't know. It don't really tell us about that. It just says grandma got $6 million. That's it, right?
I do have a log of how much I've given to every child, and I had planned on making it equal.
So I think that's
but
very.
I just wondered how I would put that in a will.
So have you seen an estate attorney?
Yeah, that's on my next thing to do.
Okay, so the estate attorney will absolutely help you with that. And it can be written into a will. And it could be that, the kids will get some, the kind of will true up all the numbers at death. And it could also be that, you say to your kids, I don't want to penalize you. I want this to be fair, but
Okay, so let me caution y'all on that. I want this to be fair and penalize you. I've been reading some articles where the mother left the son to divide up her estate evenly amongst her children, and the son refused to divide it up evenly and kept everything as the executioner of the estate. So I'm gonna say look a lot into that. If you do leave something behind for people, make sure you maybe find a neutral party that can divide that up and make sure that they are okay. All right. So that's just a precaution there.
really do believe in the next generation. And if you never get married, then we'll make sure the money comes to you. We'll get you there. I don't know why, but there's a part of me that feels like saying to your kids, like, shut up, come on. Like, this is my wish. I worked hard and I've accumulated these assets, and we're all going to be very fortunate. We're all going to have plenty of money. And this is really kind of nitpicky. So that's me just protecting you, Linda. I think that you can write this in to a will. You'll talk to the estate attorney. If the kids don't trust your bookkeeping, which is silly, guess what? You could have a spreadsheet if you want. You can have a Google Doc.
She got some petty kids, boy. We don't trust your bookkeeping. It's like they said, excuse the language, bitch better have my money. It's their money. She ain't gotta leave it to nobody. She ain't gotta leave it to nobody. She can go write that off and be like, I'm leaving it all to the grandkids. You should have you some. What?
that everybody can see. If you want to kind of slide, I hate to say this because it's sort of like a little fib, but if you do want to say to your kids, I am going to pay for some of this private school, and I will make that direct payment, and you will actually be able to benefit from that if you have kids, and if not, it'll all equal out in the end. And that's the answer. I think that if there's a big pushback after that, then I think we have another conversation to have, which is bring on.
Now I want to say this, the entitlement, right? So I'm gonna give you my perspective on not just this, but I think it may be a cultural thing too. When I'm out and about in Colorado and I meet these heirs to property, millions and stuff, this is exactly how they act. We be like, this ain't our money, so y'all do what you want to. But these heirs out here, they be like, that's my money. That's my mama, that's my money. That's my daddy, that's my money. That's exactly how they act. So it's a total difference because we were like, you worked hard, you did that. That's your money. These heirs out here, they be like, no, my dad is a millionaire and that's his plane, that's our plane. So yeah, they have, it's a total different dynamic. And I don't know if that dynamic is something that we're just ingrained in us from growing up. When we be like, mama, can I have? Your mama ain't got no money. What did you think? Money grow on trees? Money don't grow on no trees. What you think? You just gonna come in here and keep on asking me for something? You need to get a job. When you turn 15, we're gonna get you gonna get a job. You need to get a worker's permit. You need to go work Pizza Hut, Wendy's, Applebee's, Walmart, Target, whatever. But you need to get a job. You need to get up out of here and get up out of my face. Different type of conversation. There's like, you gonna split that evening, and I question your bookkeeping. I question your bookkeeping.
Kids in to the estate attorney and say, here's the document, here it's done. It will all be trued up. And that's the deal. Everyone's going to have to be a little bit flexible in their thinking, including you. And I know you're trying to satisfy everybody. And I feel bad about that because in some respects, it doesn't all have to be even Steven. There are other things at play here. Let me ask you one other question. The two single kids, how are they doing financially?
They're okay. They both are okay. The other issue, which is a separate one, is my middle child had the most postgraduate loan. The other two have no postgraduate loans. So that was the other thing that was in the mix. And I had promised to get them through undergraduate school, but I had said that they would be on their own for graduate school.
Okay. And that's the middle child with the kids has the most postgraduate loans?
Right. And so that's what I partly reacted to, that I felt like I didn't want him to start his new life with his family with this huge loan.
Don't worry. What does he do for a living?
He's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer? Okay.
Yes.
And the other two don't have the loans. They're doing fine financially. No one's great. Do they have partners? Do the singles have partners at all or not?
Not at this point.
Do they have debt as well that's still outstanding?
No, neither of them have any debt.
They sound very eligible with the
I bet you they don't have no debt because I bet you she probably already bought them houses. I bet you she paid for houses so that they can go into a house. They can start life fresh. No debt, no house debt. They just sitting up here biding their time for her to pass away. Woo! I bet you she bought their houses. I bet you they don't have no house. I bet you they don't have no debt. I bet you she purchased a home. Or they probably had family property or something like that. Sound like they well to do.
$6 million and no debt. I think I could get them both. I could get them hooked up pretty quickly. I think you're going to solve this problem with the estate attorney. You are also entitled to put your wishes in writing. You are perfectly entitled to make different choices. You don't have to necessarily make it all even Steven today, but if ideally over time that you wish to make it even Steven, then you can do that and you will be able to do that. Who's managing the $6 million right now? You?
No, we have a financial planning person.
Okay. Are you married or are you single?
I am single.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. You know, I just feel.
I want to know what she did. Don't y'all want to know what she did? Don't y'all want to know what she got her money? She's like, oh, I'm single. She's 69 and single. Sam, this your one. This it. Sam, this for you. Sam, this one for you. She in Minnesota. Minnesota has some $100,000 there, but with this a millionaire. She ain't double million. She's single million. She's single million. She's single and she's a single million. She's 6 million. She ain't 10 million. I don't know if that's gonna work for you.
Like the advisor could help you with this. You could say to the kids, look, the advisor's going to keep track of this, or the state attorney. You can have like some sort of collaborative effort. Like, don't worry, it's not me. I'm not going to fudge them. Boy, they don't trust you.
Yes, I know.
I trust you.
That's one of my concerns, but that's a separate issue.
I know. Like, you have to go to therapy about that. I'm sure that doesn't feel nice to you, especially when you're being quite generous. So, I always had this weird thing with parents. Not every child should be treated exactly the same.
Jill was like, every kid don't get the same treatment. Every kid, y'all are like, F them grandkids, they late to the party. You're wrong for that. F them kids, they late to the party. Jill is like, every kid ain't gonna get everything. Like, every kid don't get everything. This is the problem I had with parents. Y'all act like all kids get everything. Like, they should all be treated the same way. She's like, yeah. She's like, no. Like, basically, she is like, set this up so that your grandkids can thrive off of this money as well after you. And if you choose to split this up evenly, that's fine. But you ain't got to. You ain't got to. If they argue with each other after they get some millions, because it sounds like she probably gonna split it up, maybe 1.5 million to 2 million a piece on that. That's what it sounds like. Y'all mad at 2 million? If she left you 1.5, you really mad? Are you really that mad? And you ain't got no debt. You ain't got no debt. You really that mad? Nah.
Seems to me that you're doing a really lovely and wonderful thing. And if the kids are going to be a little grabby and upset about this, it can probably be resolved. Then maybe we don't have to talk about it anymore, because I think that these are the kinds of conversations that can breed some really bad feelings. And I think as long as you're willing to talk to the attorney and square everything up at death, then the kid should be fine. They should also know that, like, I don't know, if maybe you say, well, guess what? If I need to square things up because my single youngest child is going to buy a house and I'm going to help him or her with a down payment, you can do it that way. So I think life will give you plenty of opportunity to make this even, Steven, if that's what you want to do. My hope for you is that you can get this settled, that you can make everyone satisfied, and then we really don't have to talk about this again. And if they do need help, and I think you can also say to them, look, if you need something, if something comes up, you come to me. You know that I have means and I will be happy to help you out. But today I want you to be self-sufficient, and I'm here for you if something bad were to occur. But, my job as a parent is to make you self-sufficient, and that's what we're doing. Do you need some extra advice? Do you need some impartial, unbiased help navigating your financial journey?
So that was it. That was the one I listened to that I thought was a good one. D, I'm done for the day. Well, I'm not done for the day. I got another show, but D don't want to do the show. I tried, folks. I tried to get D. 69, you gotta move quick. Sim, you're gonna have to move quick. You gotta go in with a ring already. Day 2, you gotta be like, I love you. Day 2, you gotta be like, I love you. Yeah, I don't know what she did for a living, Natasha. I would love to know what she did for a living. She's single. She got 6 million. Like I said, did she inherit it from her family? What that was. I don't know, but yeah, that's where she at. So I hope you got the chance to see the gamut today. You got a chance to see those that are struggling, looking for, they don't have a plan. If you notice, in all 3 of those scenarios, they really didn't have a plan. And then they really didn't sound like they had skill sets to get out of the situation they were in. Then we saw in the middle, if we want to consider this the middle, but it's not in the middle. We saw the couple that had 2.5 million in a brokerage account, 2.1 million. I mean, 2.5 million in a 401k, 2.1 million in a brokerage account, 235,000 in a in liquid cash. They had 350 in a Roth. They had 200,000 saved up for all three kids to go to school all the way through graduate school. And on top of that, they were still going to get a pension and 401k. So they probably had roughly about 20,000 a month to live off of. And then you saw the extreme, if you want to consider that the extreme, where she's 69 with 6 million and three children and 2 or 3 grandkids, and she's trying to set up the estate. She's got 1.2 million in a house, and she's trying to set and go from there. So when you have you see where the no plan and no skills can have you, where you can see where the skills and a plan and maybe multiple plans can have you, and you can see where you can do with from this plan here what you can leave behind for your future grandkids or children or so forth. So you got a chance to see the gamut of what life could be like and on one end and what life could be like on the other end, but having a plan can lead you to this other end as well. No, don't knock the ones in the middle with the 200K away for each kid, right? That's not no knock on them, but let's look at what we're talking about here, where we're saying, you know, what a plan means. Having a plan with two people and having two people on the same plan going in the same direction, right? And what that communication can look like and what that could mean. He's the father over here is crying in a shelter in a city that he did not originally move to, where he has his wife and his children at, and he only makes 700 a week, and he only has and he only has 2,800 that he's left with. So he came from New York and moved to Florida, and then rent went up $500, and then knocked him homeless. Right. So then the question becomes is, why did you move from New York to Florida and you only made 700 a week? To well, 500 would knock you homeless. Well, 500 would knock you into a Roach Motel, where you would then have to get out of the Roach Motel and then move into a shelter in another city that you did not originally move to, right? But what was the plan? What was the ultimate plan, right? Just to get out of New York, or was it to thrive? And how do you thrive, right? Just to live is one thing. Living above just to live is another thing. Being comfortable is one thing. Thriving is another thing. Being being wealthy is another one, right? So that's how I look at it. So you got to figure out where you want to be with your skill sets and your time. I appreciate y'all for hanging out, rocking out with us. I also appreciate you all for taking the time to listen. If you did not hit the like button or the subscribe button, or if you did not hit the notification, please do. Also, as well, share this content on social media with others as well too. I also want to make sure that you all are getting a value of this. I hope you enjoy these financial reviews of where people are at, what they're doing, the advice that she gives. Totally different than what Dave Ramsey gives, but she's also looking at it from a standpoint of what they have already done. Dollar cost averaging, index funds, mutual bonds. I give you the conservative route to increase your wealth, even though if you only make it to retirement with 500,000 to a million or 2 million, I would prefer you to make it there to retirement with at least a million or 2 million. But the only way you really are going to get there is you're going to have money to put away and have the money working for you while you go and do what you need to do. So brokerage accounts, CDs, I-bonds, mutual funds. Get with a tax advisor, get with a tax attorney, and then go from there, right? So that's what I want you to keep in mind. This is what I want y'all to have in place. Talk it over with your significant other. Talk it over with your spouse. Talk this over with your children. Have a conversation with your children. Hey, little one, let me set you up a bank account, and then let's put $10 into a CD, right? Some of these CDs and some of these bonds, they don't have a minimum. They only have like a minimum of $1. So start with $10. Like, little one, we're gonna put $10 away from you and we're gonna build from there. All right. So until then, y'all have fun. It has been real. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're saving. Don't find yourself in a roach motel. Come one paycheck away from from a roach motel. Do not find yourself sitting and waiting for somebody to feed you because you're waiting for food from a shelter. Don't be that person. Don't be that couple. Don't be those people. Get your skills up. We are not worried about layoffs. We're only worried. The only thing we're worried about is how much money we're gonna make. That's what we're worried about. We're worried about these skills. We worry about these certifications. That's what we worry about. We worry about if they paying me enough. That's what we worry about. We don't worry about recession. We recession proof our skills around here. We work at companies that we know that are still true and standing, and then go from there. Even if you go work DOD or whatnot, right? This is not financial advice. This is just financial stories and information that is correct. All right, y'all be safe, and I'll catch y'all next week.